going to revolutionize education because we cannot force students to memorize things that they can simply blink and get. And then if you feel sick, you will blink.
Speakers for this session. The first speaker is Shri Vijay Rangineni. May I request Shri Vijay Rangineni to please come on to the dais. And in the meantime, I'll take the honors to talk about you, Vijay Rangineni. He is the CEO, IT Investments at Government of Telangana. Prior to this, he was the CEO, COO, Senior Vice President, Head of Global Delivery at Tech Mahindra. While he was at Tech Mahindra, he rallied the entire organization towards the objective of undertaking wing-to-wing ownership of key customer relationships. He's a bachelor in engineering from JNTU Hyderabad and also holds a master's degree in industrial engineering from University of Texas. He has an MBA in marketing and strategy from Kellogg School of Management. He has addressed many international industry forums and seminars on operational excellence. Leveraging more than 20 years of global operations and leadership experience in the service industry, Shri Vijay Rangineni helps BSG creating compelling propositions that deliver lasting value to customers. With an equally strong belief in associates as key drivers of customer value, he devoted and continues to devote substantial time on the operation floors, engaging with and motivating associates to stay focused on deliverables, which is very important, and I understand running a startup. So, prior to Tech Mahindra, Shri Vijay worked with the Fortune 100 organizations like American Express, Morgan Stanley. These are all, of course, everybody knows as the organizations, focusing on critical assignments and turnaround stories, ranging from delivery to technology and business process re-engineering. So the stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And it will be for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And while you're reaching 30 minutes, I'll just raise my hand in case. Yeah. And yeah.
So where would you be sitting?
I'll be here, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Kindly, the bouquet is presented to you, Shri Vijay. Would you be needing this, sir?
Yeah, I think
Or you have it?
should be okay. So good morning to all of you guys, and very glad to be here, and it's a privilege to be here and to share our thoughts, what's going on the AI side, and how AI is going to change the world, and what are the considerations that we need to take into account in the terms of ethics. It is like a Ramabanam, like you need to use it properly and proper way, and those are the kind of things that let's talk about it and let's debate about it. And it's a revolutionary world, and I'm pretty pleased to see how the AI is evolving. And one thing that is really helping out is a massive computing power that is becoming available, and based on that, and you are loading data after data after data, gigabytes of data, and it's taking all of the data, crunching the numbers, and now you're developing models after models, bigger models, better models, faster models, and they are coming up with outcomes. Now with a deep learning that we have seen, definitely in the last 5 years alone, we have seen insurmountable lead and results in the terms of various fields. Whether you look at, especially one thing that we were chatting a little bit about healthcare, in the way that like a deep mind has taken 4,000 plus proteins, 400 million plus proteins, and did enough research on it. And now each case, whether images that you need to be reading, we are able to come to much accurate diagnosis, much faster and much better, and a cheaper alternatives to treat it. So healthcare, education wise also we are looking at it, rather than trying to use the same approach across the board, it can look at your face, it can slow down, it can bring 3D into the picture and try to work with you based on the speed each customized level. So we are trying to see significant ways how AI is going to help. And especially when it comes to automation side, now Uber and everybody is trying, like when the self-driving things comes into effect, now you will know that our number of vehicles that are required, like nowadays, like I go to work and I park there and I'm coming back home, park there. So in the 24 hours, I'm using my vehicle only 1 hour. Now, if I can call the vehicle whenever I want and send the vehicle home or to the next person who needs it, suddenly the demand for the number of vehicles is going to plummet. So those are all the considerations that we need to take a look at it. And also by vision technology that is coming through, especially in the godowns alone, like you would see Amazon, while they are using a lot of automation, 4 to 5 million people are easily going to get displaced in the next 12 to 18 months. So there are other considerations to take a look at it. How do we use those resources and how do we retrain them for some other things? All those things let's talk through and figure it out. One of the things that really made an impact in the terms of getting much further is the deep learning and reinforcement learning, and that resulted in internet AI, business AI, perception AI, and now right now what we are looking is autonomous AI. And where we are seeing year over year, forget about year over year, like a month over month, some of the results that are coming are very significant in the way how they can shape our lives and we can use it. In the customer service now, you know that we are working significantly with all chatbots. And we have already implemented RPA. RPA can definitely reduce even IT workforce by 40 to 50%. So again, we are retraining the people and readopting them. So all these ones, in the terms of lot of data, computational power, or better models are giving very significant results, and they are going to change the way we live. In spite of all the benefits, there are certain considerations that we need to have in training these AI models. It is going to give the results based on the data that you feed. How the data is fed, what data do you feed, how diverse is the data, how among all cross-section, does it represent all the cross-sections of the people? All those things need to be taken into account. Otherwise, the answer you are going to get is based on the data, and it would be only one side view, and it may not represent full diverse view taking all the things into consideration. So the people that program this AI need to be very aware of the data side of the perspective and make sure the data is completely representative of the population that we are going to target. Otherwise, like let's say some of our are a little bit more privileged, you come and you sit down and you make the programs, you feed the data that may not take bottom of the pyramid perspective and how they live their lives and how much money do they need to make a living. All those things need to be taken into perspective. So our people need to spend time with all the different constituents and try to get the right data, one. Number two, there's always a bias built into it. Everybody has certain biases. And based on those biases, if you feed the data, it is going to give wrong answer. And in the US, it's called redlining. So when they put the same salary, employee, same age, and but if you put an African American versus Hispanic, suddenly their applications were getting rejected compared to a white American. So why is that happening? So there has to be a transparent way. We need to figure it out how these algorithms are getting programmed, what are the data points that they are getting chosen. So the decision that you make is going to be proper decision and avoids whatever the biases that we have. There are multiple studies that have come through. In fact, based on some of the programming that has been done, that is being used in the police force in the US, the recidivism has been noted significantly against the blacks and Hispanics. And some of the models that have been taught, AI models to detect the people with the face recognition, has a higher false positive rate, especially with African Americans. So all those things that are there, we need to make sure, we need to learn from those models and how we apply here in India to make sure we do not make those mistakes and have where this technology gets misused. Facial recognition is a great one, and we definitely want to use it to reduce the crime, to take advantage of, to take care of the law and order, but also at the same time, you need to make sure what your objectives are when you're setting it up. The objectives need to be clear. Like you can go and get your cup of coffee at Starbucks, but don't walk over 10 people's head to get there. So you need to make sure the behavior patterns, all those things need to be taken into consideration. Like now this, when this vision software was implemented, it was implemented with a right perspective, right vision, but also just like Alfred Nobel invented dynamite, and then he was very unhappy to see those dynamites are getting used to blow the bridges. And that's why he put the money for the Nobel Prize. Same thing here, that vision software in some cases getting used inappropriately, where let's say in the case of China, in the total world there are a billion cameras. Out of them, 54% of them are in China, so 540 million. And based on that 540 million, they are able to, they intentionally, they are tracking, ethnic tracking they call it. So if there are Uyghur Muslims that are traveling from one city to city, everything, they would know they are tracking the person. We do not want to get to individual level. There can be a representation, there can be a group level drawings that you could do, but once you get a personal level, and it definitely impacts your human values and your privacy, and people could, same thing can be used to target your political opponents. Those are the misuses that we need to be planning for. We need to make sure the algorithms, the decisions that come out are in a transparent way, so such that each of us will have the visibility. By following the flow chart, you would know how the decision has been made. Once the transparency is there, when even the diagnosis comes, the doctors, physicians that are working with the patients will be able to accurately understand how the decision is made, and also they will trust the results. Same thing has been the case with the patients. So don't give the data to the black box and tell me I have this, I have that. I want to know how you got to the decision. I want to know why, what are the steps, what is the reasoning behind it. So all the transparency, there is a significant reason why we need to maintain the transparency, and we need to make sure those things are available. And also, when we develop the models, build the models that do not have a deeper understanding of the models, for generations, like our grandfather told our dad how to do the agriculture. My dad told me how to do the farming. So we kept on passing on certain lessons, not realizing how the models are built, not realizing what was the genesis, what was the logic behind those things. And some people can use the models, and then suddenly you know that certain things have happened, like a long-term capital collapse. There's a very big one. Federal Reserve President was also there because they didn't know how the model reacted to certain situations. And also Knightsbridge Capital, this was a very healthy running company, then suddenly the big spike happened and the model didn't know how to react, and people that were running the models did not have the understanding of how to do it, and that ran the collapse of the company. And certain other things from ethical considerations, definitely what I would like to say is there is a lot of responsibility as a user, as a regulatory agency, as educational institutions. It is upon us to make sure we create the right models. Let's say that, in fact, like one of the things that I read is in loan decisioning process, like there is a FICO and there is a CIBIL here. When you apply online and send your data for that loan application, and once you send the data, the receiving company knows not only the data that you sent, is it an iPhone, what type of iPhone that we have, and when did you apply, and did you apply after you got the salary or before you got the salary, or is your charge full? Is your phone charge full means you are pretty up to date. Like your phone is dying out means you are not as organized. You may not be making monthly payments. All those decisions are being made unbeknownst to you. And one of the things is we need to figure out what is the right way to do it, what is the wrong way to do it. And I think Tim Cook in one of the meetings said these companies are grabbing everything they can learn about you and are trying to monetize it again by selling it to you, from you. And what if some AI is really smart? It must respect human values, including privacy. And what we have seen in some of the instances where Alexa from Google, we know that it was eavesdropping information they found out, and now they had to go through certain miles before they figured it out, and also rectified it. And also nowadays we are going through, people did not realize that WhatsApp is sending all of their data to Facebook. And now Facebook is saying, yes, we are going to send it. You have to accept both. Then only you could do this. And some of those privacy considerations have not been open before. And at least if it comes out clearly and say, you need to sign up. If you are doing whatever you are doing WhatsApp, you are going to tell Facebook upfront. Then people would be aware of it, knowledgeable about it, and go through what needs to be done. So I think one of the things that is coming up using AI is synthetic biology, like whether it's a concrete or whether liquids and everything, what we are seeing outside, 60 to 70% can be manufactured inside the lab. And because of that, what we can figure out is whether when you treat it, when you look at the resources, or like a 3D printing and everything that needs to be done, that gives us a different avenues of going about it, how to take care of it. One thing that a recent study by McKinsey is saying, based on all these advances that have happened, it's going to add $13 trillion revenue to the global output. So when 13 trillion is coming, how is it going to come? How are we going to take advantage of it? 13 trillion is a lot of money. Entire Indian GDP is only 3.5 trillion now, right? We want to get to 5 trillion. So we are positioned very well, and we need to figure it out how to maximize it, how to take advantage of it, and how our universities train our people how to work with this AI and how to provide the right data, how to get the right logical conclusions and position well. Also at the same time, from an ethics point of view, we know that what happened with the Cambridge Analytics, and they took the Facebook data and tried to steal the elections. Previously, stealing the elections means like they have to go and take the ballot boxes and put in a van and run away. Now they don't have to do that. Like they can just figure out sending the malicious messages, inaccurate messages again and again to the targeted people, and by doing so, they will be able to change the political outcomes. And in the US elections, like there have been enough allegations about Russian and Chinese influence, and Facebook also figured out that it was happening, and then now they are taking steps to prevent that from happening. So net from all of us, AI can contribute significantly to the way we live. It will make our lives better, and it is for us to use it responsibly and also put in a regulatory methods to make sure those models are prepared without any biases built in, and also does not fall into wrong hands. Okay, that's one thing that we need to continually make sure. And there are a couple of things that what we need to figure out is, rather than defense, sometimes like AI should be used for defense in the terms of protecting your company and everything. Like sometimes they take the offensive view. There's a fine line between them, and where to draw the line, those ethical methods, those value systems and everything. There's a guidebook that has been developed with IEEE, and also there's a partnership on AI and AI Ethics Lab. These are the ones that are developing a code of conduct. If you are going to use AI, if you are going to develop models, these are the procedures that you need to follow. These are the things that you need to make sure. So that's the code is the one that we need to make it popular, add to it, and make it an open system, and try to keep that transparency. And also as a regulatory, from a government perspective, we are definitely on the lookout to make sure those models are as transparent as they can be, and also check the results, and also set up monitoring bodies. So there has been a recent trend where the Google, Microsoft, Singapore government, and California government, all of them formed a committee to make sure how to use AI responsibly. So some of those guidelines are coming through and they are getting developed, and some of them are preliminary ones are available. And I think let's try to make the best use of this in the terms of using it responsibly, getting all the benefits, but also let's make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands for wrong purposes, and that burden is on all of us. So let's be the soldier to make it happen, and let's use AI to take us to the greater heights. Thank you.
Just a second, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Vijay, definitely it is balancing innovation, ethics, and trust, all the way in terms of digital transformation that is part of our present life as well. Thank you. And if there are any questions from the audience, I think Shri Vijay will be very happy to take.
Yeah. There's a mic.
Very well spoke about current technology, and everybody, I am sure 99% in this crowd are looking forward for applications using AI in their own labs. I am more interested to know that can you throw some light about regulatory guidelines which are there necessary for AI to be used in the science and technology or private sector, for example?
Yeah, I think there are, in the life sciences wise, there are definitely significant progress that is coming up, and how this AI is getting used, and the guidelines are, we will be able to share it with you. So let's take the address and then all forward. Mic there.
It was very informative, sir. The new thing I learned is how importance of modeling in the AI. My question is like, about ChatGPT, it's AI tool. So recently we see in management journals, the authorship has been given to the ChatGPT. So how about this research scholars using this ChatGPT in the science research? Do you think could they use or?
So far, all the models have to be perfected over time. They are self-learning models. So based on the more and more data that you provide, they are going to become more precise. Some of the financial loan processing side, where the negative rate or a NPA rate could have been 20%, after 3 months it became 12, and after another 3 months it went down to 3%. So the data, the more and more data that you provide is going to make it better and better. ChatGPT, I know that some of our guys have testing it, and it looks very interesting, and how fast they can come up with the answers and everything. But I do have colleagues in the legal side of the business and also in the science and technology side of the business. So results as of right now is not something you can take and grab and run. They need to get perfected, and so some of the idiosyncrasies they may not be able to represent properly, because again it needs to know the things before, like some of the experiences that we get in our lives shape our thinking, and those experiences also need to be fed into it. So we like ChatGPT. Microsoft made a significant bet on it, and we are definitely looking forward to see how to take it forward, but also at the same time we will try to get more refined results. Thank you.
Sorry, you mentioned that people are working out the fine line between ethical and non-ethical use of AI. But you also mentioned that companies like Google, Microsoft, they are all coming together to provide these guidelines. What is ethical and non-ethical can have some cultural influence. Like for Indians, it may be a little different from what is good for US. So is India participating, Indian government or Indian organizations participating in this evolution of guidelines, or it's only going to be, evolved somewhere and imposed on us?
No, it's not only the North America side. There has been representation, especially Singapore has a lot more involvement in it. They are definitely looking for pan-Asia distribution, and also from a data collection side. There is a significant amount of data collection happening even in India to put the diverse perspective into account. Like I know that Microsoft, Google and all these guys are doing those things, and we are part of those experiments. Thank you.
The major issue is that humans have evolved technologically with the creativity and imagination. How can a computer be a creative and imaginative person to go to the next level? Because you take a Newton or Einstein or anybody, they have so much imagination. How do you have that kind of imagination, a computer to take to the next level? Kids don't even know how to compute 13 multiplied by 13 today. They need a calculator. So you're killing the creativity and imagination with this kind of technology. But of course, but how do you prevent that?
So as one of the things, as I mentioned, the knowledge that come from generations to generations that has been getting passed on, that responsibility still abides by us. We need to continue to train our children, our students on how to do that imaginative thinking and how to think about different ways of getting it done. But one thing that definitely makes it easier for us is, before, like we used to do 13 by 13, 169, like things like that, we were able to get to a certain level. Now, with so much of data, like even like in our entire lifetime, let's say I can read 1,000 books, right? Let's call it. And here, this machine can read like 57 million books, and then it will have all of the data, and it will take that data, unstructured data, put it in a form, synthesize it and summarize it for you, and when you summarize it, you are able to make better decisions because you're drawing your conclusions from much bigger database, much better models, and also these are self-learning models, so the models is going to get better and better by themselves. So, so that's what I would say. Rather than it taking the creativity away from us, it is giving us enough tools to use that information better to create better things. Like we are talking about education, we are talking about healthcare, diagnostic side of the business, or we are talking about driving a car without a driver. Okay. At the end of the day, all those things are going to make our life better. And how we use this information, previously that computing power was not there, and we were never able to decipher or infer any conclusions from that massive amounts of data. And now the life becomes much easier. And also it's not just numbers, but also it's a perception based AI is able to look at the images and then make the conclusions.
Yeah, hello sir. Thank you very much for your valuable insights. I would like to understand, like we are talking about our day-to-day activities, right, where AI is playing a very valuable role, especially the security, safety, okay, and the education and the infrastructure. So what are the government initiatives which are basically taking place nowadays with the boom of the AI sector, right, which is going to basically direct impact, which is going to have a direct impact onto our day-to-day life. Okay, so the few of the initiative, right, which governments are already working or planning to work on that one. So can you please put some light around that area?
Sure. I'm pretty pleased to see Telangana government has been steadily taking steps, please sit down, to make life simple and how to use the technology. If you look at Me Seva, whenever you needed to something, you used to go to walk there, go to Me Seva, go to Tehsil office, go to that revenue office to get the certificates, to get the birth certificate, death certificate, all those things, right? Or land use. Now, if you take all the tasks that Me Seva used to do, now 83% of the tasks are digitized. So you never have to leave your home to get those services done. So you never have to go to Tehsil, that revenue office and everything. You can do all of those things. I will give you two examples. Every year, pension certificate, living certificate for pension. People have to go from wherever they are living, from Hyderabad, like my mom used to go to all the way to Kolhapur to say that I'm still alive, I'm here, I'm the same person. Now, she could do it with her on mobile phone. She just have to twitch her eyes, because you're not showing a picture. It verifies that it's a live picture. And you're doing it on the phone, like inside your room, without leaving your bed, you are able to renew your life certificate and your pension continues. And Telangana state is the only place where you could renew your driver's license sitting at your home without ever touching the RTO office. And it's not getting done anywhere in the world. We checked that. You could do renew your driver's license sitting at home, and this is the only place it is getting done. So that way we are always looking at how to use this technology for better purposes, and also technology is useless unless until it can be used for common man's life and how to make their lives better. And that's a spirit, that's a mantra that we're all working with. And we're trying to use digitized operations, we are trying to digitize the land records, we are trying to digitize most of the services, whatever people come for, they never have to visit the office, they can do it at home. That's the plan.
Thank you, sir. One follow-up question, just. And towards the primary education and secondary and high secondary education side, right? So are there any initiatives are being thought through?
Yeah.
Especially with respect to the latest technologies, AI world.
Got it. rather than government trying to do everything, definitely we are KG to PG, we want to support it, whether in the terms of the building, in the terms of education and everything like that. But what we are working with is providers who have 3D programming. So like let's say an Apple, right? Once you how you show in a 2D dimension versus a 3D with a red color and everything, that touch and feel, move, those technologies we are working with. And again, rather than just move on it, like we are checking out what's the best way to support it and do it. Like we're definitely looking forward to implement the technology in the classrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and kindly accept our a token of appreciation memento. So, kindly. Thank you so much, sir. That was a brilliant start. And may I now request Shri MVSMA Raja to kindly come on to the dais. And in the meantime, allow me to please introduce you to the audience. Raja is a pharma marketing and sales leader with over 28 years of extensive and rich experience in building pharma brands across emerging markets. He is associated with Dr. Reddy's for over 25 years, presently designated as Head Marketing and Strategy for Emerging Markets. In his current role, he has been instrumental in establishing and managing multifunctional Center of Excellence team that comprises of marketing, digital, and strategy functions. During his tenure at Dr. Reddy's, Mr. Raja has handled P&L roles in Central Asian markets. He has been responsible for building multi-million-dollar brands across 3 channels, RX, OTC, and hospital institutional business. He has been instrumental in building doctor digital connect platforms such as MedsNut and MedEnrich. Yeah? Yes. We welcome you, and we would be very excited to hear from you on the window of opportunities for digitalization in healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
So, kindly accept the bouquet.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think Mr. Vijay has spoken about the AI, non-touch kind of a thing, but I come from a touch and feel industry. Even today, during COVID for 3 years, there was no touch and feel, there was telemedicine, all those things which have happened. But what I see the trends across the world is doctor wants their medical reps to come back, patients want to go back, do the surgeries with the touch and feel part of it. And we are pharma industry, if I have to say, in terms of digitalization, we have been one of the laggards. We are not like any other IT industry or whatever it is to say that we have been the laggards, but COVID has changed everything. Why? We did not change. Patients have changed. The consumers have changed. So we were forced to change. That was the big change which got in, and there were jokes and memes across, say, internet, which says what CEOs, anybody in the industry, the boardrooms could not do, COVID had done for pharma industry. It has actually changed and digitized us quite well. And if I have to look into it, where do we start our entire thought process? We go back to our patients, we go back to understand their unmet needs, or in the processes what we do, what are the basic unmet needs, or there can be unarticulated needs. What is required?
So we go back to our basic process and understand what are those unmet needs we need to solve. Say for example, if I talk about drug discovery, there are, if you have to bring a drug out, it costs somewhere around 10 to 12 billion to 25 billion, multi-year process. You need to do a lot of iterations. Now what AI has done, I think Mr. Vijay has explained it very clearly. Now we scan through tons and tons of data, understanding the relationship between various drugs, trying to form the structure-activity relationships, and try to bring a quick fix kind of a thing, saying that instead of designing 200 or 300 molecules, we come down and point out saying that it is those 25 molecules possibly will have a higher hit rate than anything. Possibly that is what we digitized and we moved. The second thing is, once you have a molecule and manufactured a molecule, we also need to look at making it to a palatable thing, whether it is a tablet, injection, or a formulation, or any dosage form. You need to have various excipients. You need to understand with what it is compatible. Now, we are also developing a kind of software and a system where you get the information and try to say that which molecule with a hygroscopic nature or pKa value of so much or log P value of so much, what is the excipients I need to use, and what are the rheological properties, viscosity, etc., to say that the tablet can be made easily, small, and easily palatable as well. So these are the kind of things which we are looking into it. Similarly, whether in manufacturing or clinical trials, we continue to do it. But most importantly, the bigger change what we have looked at is, in the last few years, it is all about the patient. When we started our journey a few years back, it is all about product. It is all about the company. Now, post-COVID, if I have to say, even pre-COVID, 3 to 5 years pre-COVID, when advent of Google's or say the tech companies into the healthcare field, we were also forced to think about differently. What is the difference? It is not about the product. It is about the patient. It is about their health. What is their unmet need? So we started understanding, saying that where does the patient start? You start with a symptom, then you go to a diagnosis, then doctor understands what this diagnosis is all about. He prescribes a medicine, and then if you are not well, you go back. If you are well, you drop it. But in today's situation, even before going to the doctor, first patient is going onto the Google, trying to understand what his symptoms are. By the way, every symptom in a Google ends with a cancer. That's a different issue altogether. Yeah, so you need not bother about it. Okay, Google will always frighten you. Okay, don't get serious about it. But what happens is the patient habits have changed. Patient's understanding about health is totally different. Now today, you're talking about how will I take care of my health. There are so many apps which are available, how to make yourself fit, how to make yourself lean, and there are many things which are there. So what is happening is, not only the health part of it, which is totally dependent on doctor, patients have started taking into their hands. Now when patients started taking into their hands, now you have to go back to the drawing board and understand what is that patient is not having, which is their unmet needs. Whether you're talking about a preventive medicine kind of a thing, today there are apps in the marketplace which boast that they can reverse diabetes. And they have proven. That means a person who is taking metformin, which is a diabetes medicine for life, if he takes care of his lifestyle, health, and food habits, and reduces his weight, does exercises normally, and they are in the process of proving through clinical trials, saying that you don't require a medicine continuously for life. You can actually do away diabetes without medicine. I think to that extent, people are thinking about preventive medicine. Similarly, whether you're talking about stress or whatever it is. How is that they are doing? It is not that they are doing purely through medicine. It's medicine plus digital. What is this digital is all about? Trying to understand the patient habits, patient journey. When you say customer journey through managing disease. What kind of food he is taking, what calorie intake, how many steps he is doing. All this data is put into a system, an app, which gives you a predictive analytics of future. If you take a dosa today or a pesarattu today in the morning, what will be that's caloric value, how it's going to impact your HB1 or sugar levels in the blood, thereby saying that you need to reduce or you need to walk for at least half an hour after taking a pesarattu. Okay, there are predictive analytics which are coming into it. So it's all about the health digitized, giving you predictive analytics to do a preventive medicine as well going forward. And similarly, patient care delivery. When you're talking about you're already stuck with the disease. Now, how will you take care of the patient? Understand the ecosystem of the patient. Not only the patient, in case of serious diseases, you need to educate the system as well, the family members as well. How will you give insights to the family members about the patient to take care of the patient? So there are multiple things which are happening, and similarly holistic management. Today the concept is all about saying that the pill is not good enough. Okay, we as pharma companies, we sell pills. But we are saying the pill is alone not enough. There is multiple things, because today every patient is not looking at getting rid of the disease. They want to live a healthier life. Okay, the thought process of living healthy, COVID has actually brought in. Everybody, if I look into it, I live in Nizampet, which is 40 minutes from here. I saw maximum 1 or 2 fitness centers. Today in Nizampet, from one corner to another corner in 3 kilometers, there are 10 fitness centers. And morning 6 o'clock, all fitness centers are full. So everybody want to live healthy. So we are also thinking about patients saying that, how can I make them healthy? Can I say that a back pain patient, a chronic back pain patient at least suffers 4 or 5 times in a year. In the previous paradigm, we used to say that means he is going to buy my product 4 or 5 times. Today what I'm saying is, can I make him loyal to me, saying that he takes 2 times the pill, but I give him a service so that he lives a healthier life, so that he is more closer to me. That is where the entire digitization is happening, by bringing in the thought process of the patients. Yeah? And the care compliance or the prescription refill, today we have seen any prescription refill which you want is coming home. Whether you're talking about MedPlus or Apollos or 1mgs or whatever it is, you don't walk into a pharmacy store anymore. You have a prescription, it comes to your house. So even people are following up for a chronic disorders. Even for my parents who live in Rajahmundry, the medicines are sent through courier. They don't even go to I don't even go to a pharmacy shop or courier or whatever it is. I order it in the app, everything is done. So everything is becoming digitized. So it becomes very important. So how did we structure this? Our thought process. For everything there should be a framework. McKinsey's and BCG's have thought. Everything should be framework driven. So what we have done is, we have looked at which will enable the business, how will we implement the digital strategy within the organization. Which will enable business are going to be the 1 and 2. The 3 and 4 are the ones which have actually changed after the COVID has come. In the previous paradigm, the way we used to meet the doctors is, medical representative used to go to the doctor used to get some information, they used to attend a CME like this. That's what the paradigm which used to be. Post-COVID, it's all about multi-channel marketing or OCM marketing. Doctors, even the patients now are getting onto a Practo or such kind of apps to actually book the doctor's appointment. Okay. Similarly, various engagement platforms, whether you're talking about a Practo or the platforms which I have talked about, Medsnath, MedEnrich, where we give information to the doctors, the whole paradigm has changed. Today, doctors are preferring more of webinars. I think the recent invention is, they have actually driven a AI bot medical representative who can detail the product to the doctor. It's there on the LinkedIn. It exactly looks like a human being, whether male or female, you can have variants. The bot is actually talking to the doctor about the product. So even the meeting of the medical representative with the doctor has changed in the whole system. And the last part of it is how we are going to build the businesses. It's all about the new business models, which is your pill plus, e-commerce, or D2C platforms, which is direct to consumer platforms, or new business models. And all these things, if you are talking about, everything is all analytics driven. End of the day, data is, today we are talking about, is everything. Whether you're talking about Google, Uber, or whatever it is, data is everything. So we as pharma companies also need to get into data analytics, understanding about the consumer, understanding our customer, doctors, what exactly he is doing, understanding the patient purchase models. So if I have to say, almost all the pharma companies are now integrating into their strategy the digital part of the business in each and everything, whether it's lab, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is promotion, or whether you're talking about taking care of the patient. So in the end-to-end spectrum, we have digital everywhere. Without this, probably any pharma company today, if it is existing, probably it is operating in the yesterday's world. I think COVID is something like 2K for IT industry. IT industry has been changed and a revolution has brought in 2000 when this date change 2K issue has happened across the world. For pharma industry, it was the COVID, which has given a wake-up call to say that we are now getting faster digitization. So when we, today in the life sciences industry, now we are not just looking at, say in the past my recruitment is always about M-Pharms, B-Pharms or biotechs. Today 20% of engineers also are getting recruited. The interaction between the life sciences student as well as the life sciences practitioner as well as the engineers has become more common. Today I interact at least 20% of the time I spend with my engineers analytics team or digital teams or whatever it is. So as life sciences students or people who are practicing life sciences, it becomes very important for all of us to also embrace digital and get there to understand. Because most of my life sciences students, if I talk to them or colleagues, they hate analytics. Analytics is an engineer's job. But today, without analytics, understanding of analytics, I can't even function. That's where I am in. So that's what I think a multidiscipline or multifunctional thing has to happen in our lives. And everybody have to look forward to that. And this is what I've covered in terms of overall condition management. And this is the new patient ecocentric model which is happening all over the world, across. Because in India, the payer model is not there much. But if you are looking across the world, across all the markets where we operate, there is a payer, provider, and the pharmacy. Yeah? To the patient. When you say payer, the insurances, whoever is there. Some part of us, we know what is insurance all about. In some countries, it's actually drugs are reimbursed. Those is the payer model. The pharmacy which actually substitutes or which gives the products, and the provider who is the doctor, which is the doctor ecosystem or the diagnostic ecosystem. Today, patient is the center of the universe. Now, the biggest change which is happening is on the digital therapeutics area, where maximum work in the pharma industry is happening. What is digital therapeutics? If I have to say what is digital therapeutics, why? Because the future is here. The growth is happening. The entire pharma industry across the world is growing at 3 to 5% CAGR, whereas the digital therapeutic industry is growing at 20%. Now, what is digital therapeutics? Digital therapeutics is nothing but an app which has a clinical evidence in terms of treating a disease, and also we are looking at it has got a real world evidence of proving it. If it is not that, then if it is a plain digital medicine, we call it as, which has got clinical evidence, rest of all are the digital health apps which are there. So this is the fundamental difference, where at 3 layers people are working. 3 layers is, one is just digital health, the second one is probably a digital medicine, or the third one is a digital therapeutic, which actually modifies and prove that it works. This is what it is, and world over, the biggest change or regulation changes which are happening across the world is in terms of how to approve these digital therapeutics. FDA has now started approving digital therapeutics. In India, it has not yet started, but at the same time, there are forums which are there across the world which are trying to figure out how should the approval mechanism should happen. Europe and US has started. India and rest of the emerging markets also will follow. Now, what are the core steps? Again, if you have to think of a digital therapeutic, where did it come? Suppose, say, for example, a Twin Health or a B2, how did this diabetic app start? One of the family member has suffered this, it was difficult, probably the person has got an idea who started this. So ultimately, you have to go back to the unmet need, create a science around that unmet need, how it's going to help, and then a product, the science converted into a product, and then product talking about an outcome or KPI, what you're going to measure, and then you bring it to the market to do it. These are the fundamental steps in a DTX. I'm not getting into piloting or doing some kind of pilot studies and all, which is part of this, but this is the overall framework which we follow. And ultimately, after doing all this, we as pharma companies, we also have an outcome orientation. Outcome orientation is not only in terms of dollars, it's more about the patient. What is that I'm offering to the patient? Is this digital therapeutic is going to offer something plus to him in terms of value? Is it economical for him? Overall, in terms of the pharmacoeconomics, if he's spending $100, with this, can I bring the health to a $50 and still being healthy? That's one of the important things. And the experience value, most of it is what is the patient experience is all about. Today, if we open an app, if we don't feel that DI/DX is UI UX is not up to the mark, we don't even open the app. Similarly, in the entire digital therapeutic experience, how are you making patient feel comfortable is becoming very, very important. And the most value where we get is how will you create a platform network of all the customers and bring together to discuss their problems or whatever it is, how will you interconnect with them will be the biggest value out which we will get. Thank you. And any questions?
Maybe we will take 2 questions for Mr. Raja.
Mic is there.
In the synthetic biology space, I think we are moving too fast to with limited human biology understanding. I mean, that's my personal perspective. I mean, I think maybe we have to slow down a little bit because 10 years ago, there were only 6,000 rare diseases. Now they're talking about 12,000 rare diseases. So we still don't know enough of human biology really to compute to the level structural biology to be able to make new medicines. That's my personal perspective.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. Even for example, the regulations for synthetic biological medicines, for example, in US, even though we were the first biological to manufacture all over the world, a generic biologic, we have marketed in India with a lot of clinical experience within the country. Even if we had to market in US and Europe, we had to do a clinical trial. So this particular part of science, it's evolving. 10 years back, there were hardly 10 biologics which were marketed all across. Today, the entire research is moving towards this. Today, if I have to say, the pipeline is more than 3,000 biologics which are under progress in terms of things. And like the way with everything, we have evolved over regulations.
Correct. Yeah.
That will happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think.
So Raja, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spoke about digital therapeutics. I think that's something where US has seen that extensively. Since you are heading the ROW markets, maybe if you can throw light in terms of preparedness of ROW markets in adopting digital therapeutics.
I think I can take, when you say ROW markets, I will take India and Russia as 2 examples.
Sure.
So today in India, if I have to say, there are few digital therapeutic apps which have come. For example, Twin Health is one of the example which I can say in diabetes care, or Beto, which I would say one of the most successful apps which are there. In Twin Health, after 3 years, still the number of patients on Twin Health is 30,000. Whereas if you're talking about a similar kind of app in US, there are 1 million patients on it. So there's a long way in terms of understanding this. And second important thing is language is a barrier, technology adoption is a barrier in India. Similarly, in Russia also it's the same thing. Language is a barrier, technology adoption is a barrier. So unless until we don't overcome this, there's a large scope for everybody to experiment in this and take maximum amount of market share. We, India, we say that we are diabetic capital of the world. In next 5 years, half the population will be diabetic. Now, if you're talking about something like reversing a diabetic, it's a big boon for overall as a country and economy as such. So somewhere we need to start this journey, and my personal feeling is it took at least 5 to 10 years to understand what it is, but in the next 5 years it's going to boom. That's where I come from.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. May I request now Professor Lalita Guruprasad to please give the memento to Mr. Raja. Kindly accept the memento.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. This is not the time for our tea break. We have something very exciting coming up now. I have the pleasure to invite the legend, Dr. Krishna Ella, onto the dais. And in the meantime, it's not like introducing him, it's like chanting for me. He is the trailblazer. Some people are born to fulfill a destiny. Kindly, let me finish. Just only 2 minutes. And Dr. Krishna Ella is one such person who in times of need for us was there to save our country people. He prevented health catastrophe in India by investing in bringing out the COVID vaccine in such a short time, but at affordable price. It is an honor, sir, for me to be talking about you. Another 2 minutes. Dr. Krishna Ella is the executive chairman of Bharat Biotech International Limited, which he incorporated in 1996, a gold medalist at university. Dr. Ella worked as a research faculty at Medical University of South Carolina after earning his PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. The list of honors and the awards, I wouldn't, but then
I'm waiting for the flower.
Sure. No, one such award which was conferred on Dr. Ella, that is Padma Bhushan, which is India's third highest civilian award. Dr. Ella, I think the University of Hyderabad is blessed to have you here.
Thank you.
And kindly accept the bouquet, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you for the honor. It's really an honor to be here. And also, with the great respected, Ram Swami in front of him, I never expected that you would be here. And I'm telling honestly, I have a lot of respect for two people in the country. One is Dr. Bond, and second is Dr. Ram Swami. Truthfully, because I interacted quite a bit when he was a DST secretary and interacted with him so intensely. And even at night, 8 o'clock, he's in the office. We talked so much on the policies of the country, issues, and all that. And I think I'm really honored to be here and in front of him. I'm honored, privileged to talk in front of him. Thanks for everybody, and Yogeshwar Rao and Prasad is like a Gajni Mama, they don't leave people. So I think to be there. I think, I was trying to think, last morning I got up at 6 o'clock, start working. What I should talk here? Should I talk science, or should I talk the issues, what we are facing, and what we are seeing as a barrier that is coming along for us as a country, okay? So I choose, what is that ecosystem, what we create? Everybody talks about ecosystem. So then I'm touching upon a few things, what that could be is, and also startup. And the great thing is the startup in this country, because I was a startup. Incorporated in 96, 97 I came to India, I was a startup. So I can't forget, people should look at me as a startup. When 97 I was there, I was like any other startup, searching and grabbing around everywhere. So I was a startup. So please keep in that mind that whatever you see today is not the story of 97, 98. I was a startup, so please remember that. And I think, I don't want Indian startup to be more of a contract manufacturer or generic people. And I want them to be innovative. And also, what are the barriers that are coming for us, for us a startup survival? I see that as a regulatory is one of the mechanisms. I'm giving you some of the examples. And the scaling up issues. If you want, Dr. Raja was talking about I got entered, he was talking about clinical research. And right on the time, at that one bullet point. I don't know how, intuitively we talked in a way. You see how this parallel of that intuition. And I think clinical research is creating a barrier. And I'm seeing even in, including Reddy Lab, Aurobindo, they'll agree, when they were doing 100 people clinical trial, now they're not accepting, they want 1,000 people. So they're creating a barrier. So that is what I'm going to touch upon. And I think, 4 barriers I'll consider as just startup, survival, regulatory, scaling up issues, clinical research, funding. If we meet all the above 3, funding is not a problem. I think everybody thinks about funding. But actually, the first 3 systems are not clear. The 4th will not come. And 4th will become easier if 3 are achieved. I think what is my view for the students? Yogeshwar told me a lot of students are there. And where I see a lot of old people here. So I'm sorry, I put a slide for students actually. Yeah, how many students are here? Not bad. Oh, a big number. Okay. So my view is very simple. Why need India need innovation? We need innovation only want higher GDP growth. US and Japan has progressed only because of higher GDP of innovation. And we need manufacturing for the survival of the jobs. 2 things are very critical. Okay? And I think where do we stand? We always think Indians are very intelligent. We are smart. Oh, we are better than Chinese. We have some slogan in our mind that we always think intellectual people. Yes, few are intellectual, but many are not. But you look at the country, we are in the 46th in the innovation. It is not a good sign for us. So I think, what is innovation? I tell the students, don't read in the textbook. Don't read, no classroom teaches an innovation. It's a simple thing of imagination. Imagination is a good example. Lord Ganesha, we pray Lord Ganesha only when we want more marks. Or when we want a GRE exam or GMAT exam to pass, we pray the God. But you look at it, the elephant head is put on the human body. It's a true imagination of xenotransplantation. A kidney and pancreas and liver is done an organ, is also transplantation. A head is also an organ. Just in imagination. Golconda, you look at down, 4 kilometers down, you shout and you hear the people. There was no Bose engineers, there was no sound engineers those days, but imagination, power of that. So I think I can give you hundreds of examples of what the imagination means. But you combine with your degree, what you have, University of Hyderabad degree, and the most important skill. And I'll tell you why a skill is important in the biological science, particularly very critical. You combine all 3, that is what creates an innovation. Who creates innovation? Is it a University of Hyderabad? Or is it a Bharat Biotech? Or is it India creates innovation? It is not them. It is a human creates innovation. It's the students who are here. They are the one who creates innovation, not the University of Hyderabad, not the company. So that keep in mind, if you blame India, oh, India is not innovative, or Reddy Lab, Bharat Biotech is not innovative, don't blame them because it is human resources. The students coming out of the campus are the problem. So that's a critical. So not need to start thinking that don't blame the country for that. It's the human resource what we are getting in. And I think, I always look at why Chinese are extremely well in science and technology. That puzzles me all the time. They can't even speak a good English, few words of English, but still they're extremely well in science and technology. And I think the only difference is they're extremely good in science skills. That's one skill set, that phenomenal I've seen in Peking University. At 11:30 in the night AM, 9:30 PM, there was a students working in the campus. Then I asked, there must be a PhD students or postdocs. Then I asked them, is it a PhD? They said, no, they're master students. The master students, they have 2 years program. They have to publish minimum science impact factor above 3. 2 journals, 2 articles. Master students. So that means you're not looking at the publication, but you're looking at it in a different angle, that they're building a skill set at a ground level to build them as a highly skilled level. I think that's the only differences what we see is. And I think a good scientific regulator startup survival. See, we survived, I'll tell you. Now, you look at the large countries, single agents, US FDA. I mean, Raj can argue with me if I'm wrong also. And I think you look at all these things, simple one single window system. But we call India single window in India, but really doesn't work anywhere in single window, including state government, Telangana government talks single window. And I don't see a single window. The single window approves it, but again you go to multiple windows afterwards. There really nothing at a grassroots level, it's not happening. So I think, India, 5 different ministries we had to handle in a biological sciences. And when I started a company, there was only one health ministry. I escaped. Today, now I can't escape because we have 5 ministries. Earlier, when I started in 97, it was only one health ministry, drug controller office. Nobody else was there. Today, now you have Department of Biotechnology, you have a Commerce Ministry for DGFT to import any strain, anything animal. You have the Commerce Ministry, Environment for any manipulation of organism, Health Ministry, and Animal Husbandry under the Animal Ethical Committee, CPCSA. So 5 ministries. So I think this is one of the challenging things. You look at it, regulatory framework, the FDA, there's no R&D, no approvals for anything, no for R&D, no approvals anywhere. And look at pre-IND meeting, if you developed an R&D, you go for an IND approval, in 30 days, either you get approval or questions, or no questions means you are deemed approved. We have filed on 2 IND approval in US FDA, 22nd day we got approved. Not a single question, just IND approved quickly. So I think, that's a very, 30 days almost a deadline for them. And what they do is they appoint a project manager, FDA once IND approved. The project manager handles from the preclinical to clinical, everything is monitored. Everything is discussed in toto before the product development. Put together in perspective and complete the detailed plan worked out, and you just continue the project. Any problem, you have to inform them. Ethically, you have to, any adverse reaction, you have to inform. But in a seamless manner, it goes on the trial. Here, you finish preclinical, phase 1, I'll come on preclinical, which I'm going to be very critical about Department of Biotechnology. I think, some of them are members in RCGM also. So I know they're going to be bitter with me on that. But I'm going to be talking in the interest of the country. That's most important. But I think, there's only one clinical trial is registered, but seamlessly it happens. You won't believe it, from R&D to phase 1, it takes less than 60, almost 90 days in US. Whereas in India, it takes 18 months to come to phase 1. So that's the lag period. We lose out the game of competition over the global competition. I think, you look at the regulators, what we followed, US and Europe. The manufacturing license, I put a lot of things. And I'll give you all the slides into the domain here. Please get it, no problem. Okay? But there's so many committees we are facing in India. That's one of the problems we are facing. And people are not addressing this issue critically. That if you want to start up in biological science to survive, unless we set right this system, there's no survival. While startup, every financial institution want to invest in a startup, they want a predictable regulatory system and predictable science and technology that can progress. And if you don't have predictable, like if I'm coming from my house to here, I know it's exactly 40 minutes. Suddenly, if it takes 2 hours, 3 hours, I get, why did I come to University of Hyderabad? Okay? So I think it's a predictable thing. And I think, look at the startup Indian regulatory. How many committees? We love committees. We love regulatory system. I don't know why. We become very power mongers. As a people, we are power mongers. Every individual in the country, I've noticed, everybody is a power monger. We want to have something suspicious about everything, and we can't want to control quite a bit. You look at Institutional Biosafety Committee, Institutional Animal Ethical Committee, DGFT, Stem Cell, GMO, Biosafety, IND, RCGM, IEC, DSMB, test license, inspection for test license, joint inspection. That takes 3 months of preparation, joint inspection. And GMP production, 3 consistency batch, Kasoli approval, phase 1 protocol submission. Again, debate in the subject expert committees, debate on that. And Institutional Ethical Committee in hospitals. That is another become political now. Because they also feel, now when government is controlling so much power, we also need to have a control in ethical committees in medical schools. They've also become, then phase 1 starts. And I think, look at RCGM. We have 25 members in a committee, 20 to 25 members, not having a product knowledge. And in US, from R&D material, straight goes to the phase 1. And a preclinical toxicology, no purity. Even if 90% pure, R&D material goes to the phase 1. The reason why they want preclinical and phase 1 with R&D material, if you have more impurity, they want to pick up any adverse reaction what you have. Whereas in India, we want 99.9% purity that can go to preclinical toxicology. It's scientifically irrational in thinking. When you have more impurity, it's good to predict any adverse reaction in the preclinical time itself. And also predict any adverse reaction even in the human trial aspect of it. But that we miss that, and we look at it in a different angle. and environmental science, and production development, and insist on GMP product. Preclinical toxicology, we want 3 consistency batches produced in a startup. How many people startups has got a GMP facility in the country? You have? You have only one. And okay, the only one from the startup. So that become the regulatory hurdles for the startups. If you want a startup, you have a small lab, you want a material to go to preclinical and phase 1. Once you finish a phase 1, your value of the company changes. Once you finish a phase 1, your perception of a company itself will change. But your hurdle puts you down. You need to have GMP. You don't have GMP, then you have to borrow the money to set up a GMP, and then you get into preclinical toxicology, 3 consistency batches, and all the protein profile, everything. That goes on 18 months. Whereas US, in 30 days, from R&D material, goes to the preclinical toxicology, and I'll come back on toxicology, what they do, what we do, okay? And you look at the FDA, startup, US FDA, absolute GLP material. They say good laboratory practices. Good laboratory practices, you're done. Phase 1, phase 2 also. What they want is, when phase 3 is starting, they want a material in a GMP product, and that can go into the market. What goes to the market should be the phase 3 material. Phase 3 material and market material should be same. And I think that's where, here, the RCGM insists on GMP product for preclinical also, animal toxicology. Animal toxicology became a very, very lengthy process in the country itself. See, for me, we passed the stage. It's not a problem. If it delays 1 month, 1 year, not a problem for us. But for a startup, 1 year, even 3 months is a very strategically wrong for them. And I think you look at it, just simple comparison. WHO insists on animal toxicology. They're 1, 2, 3 only. Territory. And they finish in exactly 28 days animal toxicology. In the US, whereas WHO, all finish in 28 days. Whereas animal toxicology, 6 months in India, 6 to 9 months. And after 6, 9 months, what questions are raised in RCGM committee member, that again we have to address another 6 months. While some of the members who are there in RCGM, please start thinking in the direction that you are not doing a favor to the country. You are destroying the country's, the whole growth of the potential of the country itself is destroyed at the young age. And a startup cannot survive. And you use a simple difference. You see how much is the differences. And also SWOT analysis. We are seeing one nice thing about we are NRA 3 level. We would like to go to 4th level of a national regulatory authority. That's the standard, global standard given. So we are at 3rd level. If we go to 4th level, we get to pick country like Russia equal to Brazil, other countries will become equal. Called pick country they call. Okay, pick regulation. That's the pick regulation. Next to US FDA and European EMA, pick is another regulatory, very top level regulatory. So we may lose a leadership role in other things. You look at weaknesses, still we don't have a good knowledge on a clinical trial. And the people who are reviewing the project are not scientifically driven. They're mostly pharmacy students that doesn't understand the biological science of it, but they're at least they're sincere to bring this, some committees and all that. They're doing that. But again, we love to have 4th level NRA. And what is important, the strength of subject expert committees. That's one of the, again, a big committee. Now, I have a lot of respect for the clinicians. We have the best clinicians in the country. They're good in treating a patient, but then they're not a clinical researcher. When you are a clinician, you put him in the clinical research issues to debate, that gets into complicated. Because you need to understand quite a bit of biostatistics and so many other things. What is the epidemiological data, how to endpoint is that, and what type of things. That's the research is different from the clinician treating a patient. So that is one of the weakness we are seeing in subject expert committee, and that delays the process. Each one committee will ask something else, and which is not aware of the product development point of view. It is not required, but then they insist you need to have that. So that gets into complicated. And in that process, we become a contract manufacturer. Oh, come on, very stressful in this country to manufacture anything, innovate and to make it. Whereas if I get from UK one product, which is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 completed, you bring here, manufacture, no regulatory. There's absolutely no clinical trial also here. You just can manufacture without anything. And whereas they move faster, some of the product development, and they move, and then you shift the manufacturing, that's pretty easy and no regulations. And that leading to bigger problem, we lose our innovation culture in the country itself. And when I just last two weeks back, I gave in Nagpur, IPS, Indian Pharmaceutical Congress, I said merge all FDAs into one FDA. I gave a statement in, Nitin Gadkari was there in Nagpur, in the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress. I said this, and that made a headline, and now it became a debate in the country. All the state drug controller people are attacking me now. They're attacking me. They feel they're losing their power. And we have a section, that section, this section, we have power. Whatever the drug cough syrup is happened in Africa and Uzbekistan, it's because state gives you license, whatever they want. Central doesn't have control on that. In that process, we lost the quality issues. So India is getting a bad name. India is getting bad name for no reason. So what happened? The state FDA can issue a license based on cough syrup, anything they can give. Actually in 24 hours, you can get a license. 24 hours, literally 24 hours. You can get a license. That's why we are losing a reputation as a country. When I said state FDA should merge, I think 70% of the state FDAs were gone against me in last, I believe, lot of debate in the country and their social media and WhatsApp application. What Dr. Ella knows about state FDA, he doesn't know. He's talking it like American standard here and all that. I'm not interested in American standard. I'm interested in Indian perception, Indian quality. That's important. As a country, we cannot lose the brand value of a country. And in that process, because of that, all the state FDAs are being empowered to license. That is where we got into trouble now, the cough syrup. And ICMR, is easy to get a strain from the US. Yes or no? Will you agree, anybody? Getting a strain from US is pretty easy. But getting ICMR strain is impossible. They treat you as if you are a foreigner in this country. You are treated like a foreigner. You want one strain for R&D purpose also, you have to go to legal department, material transfer, all sort of things. They ask you hundreds of questions. It takes about 6 months to 8 months. Whereas in US, I write to them, they say you get your import permission, we'll give you free. Particular agency called BEI from NIH, you can get any strain you want. COVID strain, anything you can get it. Okay, it's a web page, you look at the web page. So I think even to get our own country material is difficult in this country. So how startup can progress? Confidentiality. The Department of Biotechnology started Institutional Biosafety Committee, and all the projects, whatever you submit the project, they put in the internet. Now Chinese have got, they can hack all the computers. My computer's been hacked already 3 or 4 times, my company. Even now, some of my web pages is still not working properly. Okay, so much of cyber attack. And now they will know what is Dr. Prasad in University of Hyderabad, what project is working. By looking at DBT portfolio, you can understand, and you will complete the project before Prasad gets a letter from the DBT. Before he gets a DBT letter, Chinese would have finished and patented also. I told the DBT, please don't put all these things into this thing. And most dangerous, the biocontainment facility. Where we are one of the country, we have 6 biocontainment facility. BSL-4, BSL-3, production containment facility. I told them, please don't put it. Because again, scientists in DBT wants to have power. Nice to have power, nothing wrong in it. But use it for the country's sake. When you put this containment facility in the internet, my passport will be monitored. Even I will not go to Singapore also, my passport will be monitored. What is he doing? What is he up to? So the cyber attack, then they will understand what is the strength of India, what can lead to next. They'll be able to predict what that can happen for the country itself. So I've been telling, don't put all these things into the web page. You want to do audit, you come and audit, check it, verify, no problem. But don't put everything in the internet, which is going to be. And the minutes of the subject expert committee, they put it all in the domain, in the public domain. When you put a public domain, when I have international audit, and my own media people are there in this country, oh, the CDSOs pointed out this, and then headline comes in the newspaper. Oh, there's a problem in the quality, there's a problem in the GMP, problem in this quality. I mean, who doesn't have a problem in a manufacturing? Who doesn't have a problem in science and technology? Everybody has got a problem. But a small thing, they highlight it purposefully to hurt you. Okay? But I think this is another problem we are facing right now. And we have been telling vaccines should not be put them under public domain so much in the public. It's available on RTI if you want, but not in the public domain, put it in that. And I think, I'm going to talk about our strength of innovation very strategically, not to drag my company into the picture, but I want to tell students, as a startup, we can do it, still in this country. That's my story. I think, I'm going to tell what is happening is now, the IPR, earlier barrier was there, GMP was a barrier, facility was barrier. We passed through all those things now. What now they're giving a new strategy they're putting is clinical research as a barrier. Oh, you have 300 patients? No, we cannot allow you. Unless you have 5,000 patients, we'll allow you. So they're creating a barrier in the game. And I'm going to give you some example. How do you get ideas? Public health, you look at the map. Very simple. The black color is where all the typhoid is. All white countries where the white people are there, there's no bacterial typhoid problem. Who gets the typhoid in India and developing world? Children's. Who lick the floor, who drink water and contaminated water, contaminated food or overnight food. They eat that and they get a contamination. Typhoid is a major problem. And also typhoid, not only typhoid problem, it also multi-drug resistance has started. Now it is becoming a biowarfare organism also now. Bacterial pathogens can be used like that in a bacterial pathogen as a bioweapon. So I think we looked at it. We made a vaccine. We did a clinical trial with 1,500 people trial, immunogenicity trial in India. We got approved typhoid conjugate, first time in the world. This is the first vaccine in the world, typhoid conjugate, that can go to children 6 months. The existing old vaccine, typhoid polysaccharide, was given only about 2 years. And also, every 2 years you have to give the vaccine. So we made a typhoid conjugate that can give in once in 10 years. You need only one dose, one single dose, one dose per child also 6 months on can be given. We developed, then we went to Gate Foundation, and the Gate Foundation said, oh, you've done a clinical trial in India. You've done immunobridging studies. So whether the antibiotic abuse is so much in India, whether the antibiotic is controlling the typhoid, or is it a vaccine is controlling the typhoid, we can't make a differentiation. So we cannot help you. So they said clinical research is a barrier in the game. So then we said, what is the solution for us? We want to have a solution for them. They said, we want to have a human challenge studies. If in human challenge studies you fail in a clinical trial, in the human challenge, will you stop your product? Yes, I'll stop the product. I don't want Indians to have third-class product and only for other people have a best quality and a lousy quality for India. No, I'll stop the product. I'm ready for that. So we did, they funded the Oxford University. We did a human challenge studies. We got 87% efficacy in the human challenge, 140 people. We had a placebo also there. We had a placebo. And then human challenge. It came in the New York Times and published in New England Journal of Medicine. And published, it got one of the best product came out. We got a Gavi approval, WHO approval. And then the question, you see how the barrier comes. We've done efficacy. We've done immunogenicity in India. We've done efficacy in human challenge studies. Then next question, oh, it may work in a human challenge studies, or it looks in the few 140 people. Does it work in a field? Does it work in school immunization program? If I vaccinate 7 lakh children in the village, in the school, will it work? Then you see how they create a barrier. When you develop a new vaccine, they create all barriers possible methods. And then we said, okay, we fund. Then again we asked the Gate Foundation, what will it do? So they gave a $36 million grant. In 6 countries, we did effectiveness study. It's called effectiveness studies. That means you give one school entire vaccination, another school you don't give a vaccination, and monitor how many people got typhoid in each school. Okay, that's sort of effectiveness studies in a field situation. So in different countries, Burkina Faso, Malawi, and Pakistan, and Ghana, and DR Congo, Nepal, Bangladesh. These all published already, just published. So we also asked a question in Pakistan. There was children are dying because they're not responding to antibiotic, any antibiotic, including cephalosporin, 3rd generation antibiotic. They're totally multi-drug, called extremely drug resistant. They call XDR. So US is concerned about this because the people who are coming, a traveler who are coming to Pakistan and India, they're going back and they're carrying this strain back to them. So what happened in Fiji Island, and Fiji Prime Minister called me. They said, you give me a free vaccine to entire Fiji. We have a lot of Indians origin here in Fiji. I said, I'm not that charity company yet. So they are worried. The Fiji Island people are going to Australia for tourism. They are carrying forward that and now Fiji people thinks they came on medical tourism to Delhi. They got typhoid here, multi-drug resistant. They carried back to Fiji. You see how the history continues in a different way. And it's a very interesting phenomenal library. Then the extreme drug resistant is a concern for the Western world and also tourism point of view. And so we did a trial there. We published in Lancet that it works against antibiotic microbial resistance also. This is the first publication, vaccine showing clearly that it works against antimicrobial resistance, and that has to be shown in the clinical trial field situations thing. And Nature covered that this is one of the first molecule shown in 2018 as a headline as a product. And Thabo Mbeki came to our president, South African president. He said, very interesting, simple emotions. He said, all Indian companies want to exploit the African market. You don't want to help Africa. You all want to exploit. But you have every right, we have every right to demand from India to help Africa. I said, why should he demand us? A South African president should demand me, that I'm a private entrepreneur, should demand me to help Africa? Why should I? He said, the madam, the Thabo Mbeki wife, she said, why she asked that question? I said, no ma'am, I couldn't understand. She said, we exported Gandhi to you, that's why you got freedom. So you have to help India and Africa back. So don't exploit the African market, rather you help the African thing, because we gave freedom for you by exporting Gandhi. If Gandhi was not exported, you would not have got a freedom, I believe. So that we did. We have looked at in Africa, what is the worst problem in entire Africa. We looked at one of the poultry, salmonella, is going to the human, and that's #1 disease in, these were #1. #2 is malaria. #3 is rabies. You'll be all surprised to see the type of disease they have, different connotations. This is a poultry disease, is a major problem in Africa. And so we said we'll work on that. So we partnered with University of Maryland, and Wellcome Trust gave the money, and we got US IND approval, and we got Baltimore, we finished the phase 1 IND approved. After IND approval, you won't believe it, in IND approval, I got in 22 days. If IND, I want this do phase 1 in India, I would have taken about 18 months. Whereas I've done in phase 1, everything completed less than 6 months. IND approval to all the phase 1, everything completed 6 months. Whereas it would have taken 18 to 24 months in India. Okay? So that speed at which we can go. And I think, again, old pathogen is coming. Why I'm saying this one? Startups, my end slide, I'm going to tell you, startups needs a partnership now. Without partnership, you cannot survive today. Whether Indian partner or multinational partner or a US partner, whoever it is, doesn't matter. We need to have survival mechanism is required, some of the partnership. We partnered with Hillman Lab, which is Merck and the Wellcome Trust partnership in India, Delhi. They closed down now. We made that vaccine. We partnered with the GSK. Now malarial vaccine is shut down in Belgium, and they're shifting entire malarial vaccine to Hyderabad and to Bhubaneswar. We are creating a new facility in Bhubaneswar. So it's shifting entire malarial vaccine. There's huge demand for malarial vaccine, but then shortage of supplies. So that is one of the things. But it's still, efficacy is only 56%. Now it has gone to 76%. That's all. But it's a parasite is a very complicated parasite. It is not easy pathogen. So I think we are working in tuberculosis also with Spain, and this is one of the best tuberculosis vaccine, where Prime Minister wants 2025 eradication of tuberculosis in the country. Unless we stop the transmission of tuberculosis, not just controlling immunogenicity, unless we stop the transmission from one person to another person, stopping, we will not be able to control tuberculosis. So that angle, we are working on that. And we are also working COVID vaccine for universal. We have sold 10 billion doses. Why I'm saying this one? A startup could do this 10 billion. If 10 startups does in this country, we're a totally different country. That's my point here, nothing else. Okay, and we're done to see the clinical trial. Why partnership is important? If we want to do clinical trial in so many countries, not possible for an Indian company. And I was a startup. I don't have money. No financial institution will give you money for a clinical trial in this country. Nobody will give. Okay? So I think we need to partner and get the government of India, other people help and move on that. And we were strong in patent protection. And you look at the Covaxin, we have 27 publications. Just imagine one product. I have 7 Lancet publication, 3 Nature publication, 7 Lancet publication, just Covaxin alone, one product. One can create the science in this country. It's possible to do it. And we published not less than Nature and Lancet and New England Journal of Medicine and other Journal of Infectious Disease and Clinical Infectious Disease. I think, Covaxin, we have done everything our internal sources. The reason is the government said they'll give money. I said, I don't want to take money from the government when a country is suffering. I said, we had a cash. I said, we put back that cash into the country's point of view to save something. We did the Covaxin. The reason why we did also, 2 reasons, I'll tell you. One, if India is not in the done one COVID vaccine, we will not be respected. If we have a nuclear, then only we are respected, other people will respect you. The same thing, vaccine has become like a nuclear. If you are there, you are also respected. If not, you are not respected. So I think that's a very strategically important. So we said we'll put the money, our money. Again, public-private partnership, I took it because we are working with the live viruses. If live virus, I work in this room, if somebody gets a contamination and he died, you know how the frontline headline news and everybody, even University of Hyderabad will write to everybody that Dr. Ella should be arrested first. Nobody will support me. And scientists are the worst people, I'm telling you. Scientists will never support us, other scientists in this country. Okay? They are the most politicians I have seen. Politicians support the scientists, but scientists will never support scientists. Okay? That is one of the message I got in a pandemic time. Okay? And I think PPP, I think is worth it. I'm telling honestly, when a highway works, public-private partnership, why not in science and technology? Yes, ICMR not great, fine, we fight with them. It's our own brother. We fight with them and get what we want. And we have to fight. There's nothing wrong in it. Fighting in the interest of country, nothing wrong in that. So we did that. And I think we did, fortunately, we had created a BSL-3 production facility. Because I did predict that pandemic will come one day. It's not astrologer or anything. It's an intuition of a scientist as a virologist. I'm basically a virologist. So I was thinking intuitively something will come. And I think, one of the things we did is, thanks to IICT, I'm telling honestly, Dr. Chandrasekhar and his group, 25 people, worked almost 3 months, day and night. I mean, Yogeshwara knows that they worked 24 hours. Almost 1 month, day and night, they worked, and they made this molecule in a GMP product, and everything, it's a brand new, sir. Why we wanted this one, when you have inactivated vaccine, it produced IgG response. And people predicted IgG response is good, that's what you need. But I was, as a scientist, as an immunologist, I'm not an immunologist, as a virologist, I said, unless you have T-cell response, like a child, you give a 3 doses vaccine, you give the best lifetime immunity. So unless you shift the immune response to more T-cell response, you will not have a protection against long term and also against a variant. So variant, because inactivated vaccine has got a nucleoprotein. Nucleoprotein is one of the best T-cell response, and also the variant, 100% variant. There is no variation within the variant among the nucleoprotein. Okay? So nucleoprotein and matrix protein, all three are very critical in a way. Now US has started using nucleoprotein as an antigen now in their mRNA vaccine. They want to add now nucleoprotein. So I think, we want to convert that to T-cell response. So one of the things in Hyderabad, some of the VAP took the vaccine, or Covaxin. They're going every week to the lab, testing the IgG response. And they say, my wife got 5, I got 500, why my wife got only 5, why don't you give another 2-dose vaccine? I want to give it 2 arms immediately. But I've been telling them it's a T-cell response, T-cell response. Nobody was believing me. Science was not believing me. Too many TV channels. Everybody banging, oh, IgG response less. I have even CMC Vellore has published a paper. Oh, this is less IgG response. I'll tell you a very good example. Today, mRNA vaccine produce highest IgG response. It goes this route top. And then after 25th day, drops to 0. That's why even after 5 doses of mRNA vaccine, you're still getting a variant infection. The reason getting variant infection, because IgG goes up, it drops. And once it drops, then you don't have as good as you're not vaccinated. So again, reinfection is happening. So that's why IgG body knows, if you drink too much water, your kidney knows it has to be taken out. The same thing, when you have too much IgG response, body also knows how to eliminate that out quickly. The body system knows, they're more intelligent than us, what we think. We're trying to, as a scientist, trying to manipulate, but the body is much more intelligent to sort out the issues. And that is what is sorted out. We made that. And we made animal challenge studies, thanks to NIV Pune. They've really done an amazing job, And some press person writes to somebody, to Nature, they should not publish it. They have done animal ethical committee. They have not got the permission to catch the monkeys. You see, they wrote to the editor. Can you believe it? See how this country progress one side, how many negative forces, energy works in this country. But anyway, published, we did a phase 1 and 2, and phase 3 with Equia is a multinational company, because again, Indian clinical trial, they are suspicious about Indians. My own colleagues will be suspicious about our clinical trial also. So to create a thing, we have to get an American company to do the entire site monitoring and site clinical research program. So we spent almost nearly 300 crores only for this company for monitoring the trial. So I think we did that, and I can tell you, this is the second largest clinical trial in the world after Pfizer, Moderna, and we are the second largest country in the world after US. UK has done only 5,000 people clinical trial, which is both South Africa and UK, only 5,000 people. Whereas we have done 26,000 people Covaxin, and I think 28,000 Pfizer. I think Moderna about 30,000 people. So we are third largest country, second largest country in the world to do it. China has not done the efficacy trial at all. They started selling in Brazil, Dubai, every country. They captured every country in the market. And then they did that. And we published all those things. And then we made a nasal. And the nasal vaccine we partnered with Washington University because we don't have vector knowledge. When a vector adenovirus vector knowledge we don't have. So we need to partner. There's no choice when we want to have this one. So we partnered. We made a nasal vaccine, which was just launched last week. Now it has got into the market. And, there's a lot of new geopolitics. This is one of the lessons I learned in this process. Tremendous geopolitics. They don't want India to be in the league. They don't want to be India in the vaccine. And defame India and its innovation. And in that process, many people from our own people were involved. And I think, geopolitics in Africa is one of the worst things we have seen. There, in some of the country, they're given the vaccine, they took the minerals as in water system. So whereas we cannot give anything, only we can give a whiskey bottles, I think. We can give a rum or something, but we can't give them, they can't take the minerals. So I think they have done amazing strategies, some of the country. And finally, Anthony Fauci, on June 6th, he says, intranasal and inactivated is a way forward for the future of the pandemic. Can we take a leadership? We did the CEPI chikungunya. When I did chikungunya, I submitted to some of the agencies. They said it's useless vaccine. They've never funded me, this project. But still pursued phase 1 and phase 2 with our own money. Now the CEPI funded and doing trial in different places. How I predicted, chikungunya based on sequence analysis, some of the virologists, some of the computational people are here. I think you should know it. Based on chikungunya sequence analysis, it told me, 2 slides sometime. So it showed me that it came from Madagascar. Then we asked a simple question, so what can come from Madagascar to India next? So there was only 4 diseases, yellow fever, dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. Zika was there. So we said we start working on Zika. In 2014 itself. But Zika, instead of coming this side, it went to this side. That's all. It went in opposite direction to Brazil. And it went, and we were the first one to file Zika virus patent. Even CDC Atlanta was not aware of Zika spelling. Even WHO was not aware of it. So we filed a patent because if you don't file a patent, they'll think, oh, we might have copied somewhere. Anybody will be suspicious. We filed our patent priority date, 2015 July, and that clearly shows a different angle. And I think, my next journey is, I think I wanted to mention here, farmers. Dr. Ramaswamy came to my biovet. He also believes strongly farmers are surviving in this country, only allied agriculture died. He came along with me, traveled me, I don't know whether he remembers, he traveled with me to Malur in Bangalore, and how we passionately about animal side. We predicted that it might be important. Today, farmers doesn't need a help in production. They need help in marketing. That is what we are missing in the strategy in our policy making decision. And I think, we did a Kolar, not a single farmer commits suicide. Nagpur commits suicide. We don't need economics for that. The reason Kolar farmer doesn't commit suicide, they have sericulture, they have poultry, they have dairy. That's all. So simple, one lady lives on the milk, and if that cattle dies, their livelihood is gone. And I think we created, thanks to Dr. Ramaswamy, TDB, all funded. Dr. Patak is also right here. He's watching to mention his TDB name. And actually, by the way, we are the second company in the country to be funded by TDB. After Shanta Biotech, we are the second company in the country to be funded by them. So I think this is the world's BSL-3 production facility. We also created Innova Food Park to create new ideas how it can go. We created a gamma radiation facility, and we're not making money, we're losing money actually. In anything in farmers, you lose money actually. This is one of the good story. And we acquired various facility, Chiron, and MSD Animal Healthcare in Pune. And I think my conclusion is very simple. Partner, partner, partner. Don't believe that your science is the only one solution. I told you, science is only R&D, 5% in a business sense. 95%, there are so many other things. And clinical research is dominating almost 70% in your clinical, into the product development. And mergers and acquisition is a part. You want to merge with some other company, merge it for the sake of the, to grow it. Not Bharat Biotech merging with Sanofi or GSK, but merge it with the Indian companies if possible. Harmonize the regulatory system, follow some good practices, reduce committees, and predictable regulatory brings funding. We have a predictable regulatory system. If IND is approved in 30 days, many funding will come into this country. And do not go behind money. And I think, rather go with the passion, what you want to solve some of the society problem. If you don't have the passion, you will never succeed. You go behind money, take my word, you may be successful 1 or 2 years. After that, you will be a failure. And I think, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ella.
Sorry
it
about
was
it.
indeed insightful, and thanks for sharing wisdom, especially to entrepreneurs and startup ecosystem. I think Dr. Ella can take one question, please.
I'm glad you're sticking your neck out to change the system. I'll just give you one example, the way things are going. We have import-export license, right? You have to get a federal license, export. If that is agreed, you don't need a state license. We lost a 15 crore project because the state government didn't give the import license. It just blows my mind. Why is this happening? India is getting money for getting import license, not getting. Why do you need 2 licenses, federal license as well as in state government license? So somebody has to stick out their neck to like this. If you want to go on a roadshow to stick out license, I'll also do that.
I've passed 67 now. I got into 68, my age.
Right.
Now I don't have to live for anybody. No, I don't have to live.
I'll do that for you if you want. Right.
That's why I told DBT. That DBT doesn't like me now.
Right.
Okay? I don't mind, but what I'm worried about is we want our generation, next generation, to stay back in this country. Okay? Every faculty in this room has got obligation to help this country to succeed. Otherwise, your children will not stay in this country. Right. Exactly. Your children will get out of this country. You want your children to come back or to stay in this country? You have to. Every one of you in this room can contribute small thing. Don't look at selfishly. Oh, if I help Dr. Ella, he is going to help, not me, but it will help your children also.
US FDA has 3,000 industry-trained employees sitting there. Who in our DCGI, how many industry-trained employees are there? Tell me.
Hi, thank you so much. And may I request now Professor Srinivasulu to kindly give the token of appreciation as memento to Dr. Krishna Ella. Dr. Krishna Ella. Thank you so much, Dr. Krishna Ella. Yeah. Now it's tea break, and there is a small announcement. We request all the speakers, delegates, and all the participants to gather near the tea station because there is a group photo. Please. Near the entrance, please. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Our next speaker is Ms. S. Aparna. She is an IAS officer from the Gujarat cadre 1988. She is now Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals under the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Her academic qualifications are Masters in Zoology, MPhil in Energy and Environment, and an MBA in International Finance. In 2017, she was appointed to the post of Executive Director, World Bank, representing the constituencies of India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. In 2019, she was given a pro forma promotion as Additional Chief Secretary while she was on deputation in Washington, D.C. as Executive Director, World Bank. She has also served as the Principal Secretary to the then Gujarat CM Anandiben Patel. Ma'am, the podium is yours.
Good afternoon, friends, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this event. University of Hyderabad, like all universities, plays a pivotal role in shaping and building the future of any society by educating and training its youth. Any transformation in this society requires us to first, therefore, empower the universities or institutions of education. And therefore, I'm very happy to join this event organized by the University of Hyderabad on building entrepreneurial ecosystems in universities with the help of Aspire. We are celebrating the 75th anniversary of Indian independence through Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we need to work together as a nation in developing an education system that can create more innovators, knowledge creators, and entrepreneurs rather than only employees. As a support to this goal, Startup India is a flagship program of the Union government that was kicked off on 15th of August 2015. And in January 2016, the government announced the Startup India initiative, which is coordinated by the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, to focus on simplification, handholding, funding support, and incentives for startups. Recently, you would have also noticed that the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi declared startups as the backbone of the Indian economy and declared January 16th as the National Startup Day. The emergence of over 72,000 and counting startups recognized with the DPIIT in the last few years is a classical example of the success of government initiatives working with academia in building an enabling entrepreneurial ecosystem for the startups. Indian startup ecosystem is the third largest in the world after the US and China, and startups are expected to play a crucial role to achieve the vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. An important and in fact essential element in empowering startups are the incubators, which are a major connecting link that hold the potential of building entrepreneurial ecosystem in universities. And these incubators act as a platform to bring together academia, technical experts, technology providers, industry with the startups. Presently, there are more than 700 incubators in the country, and most of them are located within the premises of academic or research institutions. These incubators, when they work together with universities, have the potential to motivate, sensitize, support, and sustain our talent in the budding entrepreneurs. If we look at the context of India's healthcare sector, startups and innovation play a huge role in its future growth. Already today, Indian pharmaceutical, for example, is among the leading global producers of cost-effective generic medicines, about 60,000 different generic brands across 60 or more therapeutic categories, as well as vaccines. India has the largest number of US FDA compliant pharma plants outside of the US, which is a testimony of the high quality that Indian pharmaceutical industry can maintain. And Indian pharma exports to practically every country around the globe. The API industry in India, that is the active pharmaceuticals industry or bulk drug industry, is also ranked the third largest in the world. And we contribute approximately 57% of APIs to pre-qualified list of the WHO. The pharmaceutical industry in India is expected to reach a size of $130 billion by 2030. And the medical devices industry is also expected to grow from its present size of about $12 billion to $50 billion over the next few years. What is important is that most of this growth will come from innovation and research-driven product development. And that is where the role of universities, the importance of academia and industry linkage, and the need to support innovators and entrepreneurships becomes crucial. Both pharma and healthcare startups have proactively proved their potential in developing and commercializing drug products, devices, and platform technologies to accelerate the development of the entire life sciences industry. There are many successful examples of which I am sure you are aware. There are several innovative startups that are today scalable enterprises, and they are constantly evolving and responding to the dynamic global environment, particularly post-COVID. During the pandemic, we in India saw startups emerge and expand in healthcare as well as medical products. These startups enabled the recovery of the healthcare infrastructure from the pandemic by developing diagnostic products, solutions, patient care solutions, vaccine campaigns, increasing the use of digital tools in supporting patients and healthcare providers, and therefore they brought together digital technology with the drugs and devices products. And not only did that happen, we also saw that it contributed to making healthcare more accessible and affordable to the common man in India. The healthcare startups in India are, of course, growing at a very fast pace. Not only are they coming up with novel products, devices, and services, but they are also, as I mentioned, contributing to improved and affordable solutions. I do believe that healthcare innovation and startups in the healthcare sector have this additional responsibility of ensuring that quality and affordability go hand in hand when they are innovating to provide solutions for our patient communities. Government, through its various schemes, has come up with support for the startups in the domains of healthcare and pharma, as with other sectors, through incubators and accelerators. Incubators are centers specialized in healthcare. Normally, they are located in the premises of hospitals, institutions that are supporting healthcare startups in terms of infrastructure, technology, support with compliances, clinical trials, lab work, and testing. The incubators also support the startups on the business side by connecting them with industry experts, with investors. There are also accelerators which are supported by government program to support these startups in scaling up their innovations and taking it to the next level of market outreach and expansion. Further, specifically for the healthcare sector, the National Biopharma Mission supports the establishment of technology transfer through technology transfer offices. And this in turn helps to enhance the linkages between academia, where the research takes place, and industry, where the research is applied to products and services. It helps to strengthen biocluster ecosystem, for which Hyderabad is very well known. and provide increased opportunities for academia to translate knowledge into products and technologies in a remunerative manner. These TTO's program, the mission, also provides assistance for acquisition and adaptation of technology. It is not necessary to reinvent the wheel in every case. The mission helps in creating IP awareness program, which is an area of some weakness in our country, and so on, to facilitate not only innovation, but also transforming that innovation into intellectual property rights and their commercialization, as I mentioned, in a remunerative fashion. CSR, corporate social responsibility support, is also being made available to startups by the industries, and many incubators are facilitators for bringing CSR support to the startups. This again is a huge support and a huge arrangement of financial assistance for the startup community, in addition to access to technology and talent. As all of you are aware, India is leading to become a $5 trillion economy in the next few years. And to reach this mark, there is a need to evolve mechanisms to convert the talent that we have in our youth into high quality technical human resources capable of doing cutting edge research and innovation and deep tech entrepreneurship. So in the Department of Pharmaceuticals, we have come out with the National Innovation and Entrepreneurship Policy. It is a guiding framework for NIPERS to support startups and entrepreneurship opportunities. It aims to develop and create enabling ecosystem to generate ideas across disciplines within the pharmaceutical sector that can be transformed into successful, innovative technologies, products, and services. It also entitles institutions to allocate a fixed minimum percentage of their budgets for funding, promoting, and supporting innovation and startup related activities, technology development, and technology transfers. Similarly, there are many policies in place by various and agencies to support universities, institutions to make entrepreneurship and innovation central to their academic activities. In addition, there are also various grants and schemes from ministries such as the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Biotechnology, NITI, NABARD, etc., that supports this entire ecosystem. The Department of Science and Technology, for example, launched an umbrella program. It is called the National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations. And this program nurtures ideas and innovations which are knowledge-based, technology-driven, through various programs like providing fellowship to students, opting for entrepreneurship through Entrepreneurs in Residence program, Prayas program, which accelerates young and aspiring innovators and startups, providing financial support, encouraging the availability of early stage seed support to incubated ventures, and most importantly, providing mentoring and investment readiness support through the accelerators, as I mentioned earlier. The Department of Biotechnology, through the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, BIRAC, which I believe is also going to be a part of this event, also supports and nurtures startups in the biotechnology sector, which includes the biopharmaceutical sector. And the major schemes are BioNest scheme, which is bio incubators nurturing entrepreneurship for scaling technologies, and the Biotechnology Ignition Grant, or BIG scheme. The BioNest scheme provides support to establish bio incubators, either as a standalone entity or as part of academia. And BIRAC, in fact, has supported 63 bio incubators, creating a cumulative area of over 6,67,000 square feet for entrepreneurs. And Hyderabad, again, is a huge center for BioRac's BioNest program. And this program is providing not only incubation space, that is physical space, but it also connects industry and academia and enables interactions for exchange of knowledge, and also enables business and technical mentorship for the budding entrepreneurs. Biotechnology Ignition Grant Scheme, BIG, again, it's a flagship program of BIRAC under the Department of Biotechnology. And that is the largest early stage biotech funding program in India. And it funds grants of up to 5 million rupees to the best in class innovative ideas among the startups. All of you would have, of course, heard of Atal Innovation Mission, which is again a very large program of the Government of India, anchored in the Niti Aayog. And Atal Innovation Mission has led to the establishment of Atal incubation centers at universities, institutions, corporates, of which all the young entrepreneurs, the budding entrepreneurs, the startups are taking full advantage at the moment. There is Atal New India Challenge also, which aims to seek, select, support, and nurture technology-based innovation. And as I mentioned, in the healthcare space, particularly in medical technology and pharmaceuticals, including biopharmaceuticals, most of the growth, most of the future innovation will be in technology-based innovations. And I do believe that the Atal New India Challenge also offers a huge opportunity in the healthcare sector to help entrepreneurs create products from existing technologies that solve problems of national importance and societal relevance. So it helps in kind of the last mile transformation of technology into products and services. And therefore, I would say at the end that these key initiatives by the government are aimed at increasing the number of young individuals participating in entrepreneurship in India, and they are aimed at boosting the growth of the entire Indian startup ecosystem, adding value to this ecosystem. So as part of this entire event that has been organized by Aspire and University of Hyderabad, I think this is a golden opportunity for all the entrepreneurs, all the participants in Aspire, to keep in mind that there are various schemes, and it is important to have knowledge, awareness about the scheme, so that you know exactly which scheme is best tailored for your specific requirements. University support for such entrepreneurs through incubation centers and innovation hub are of course crucial to enable high conversion rate of innovations and ideation into commercially viable and socially relevant products and services, nowhere more so than in the healthcare sector. I'm very hopeful that Aspire in the University of Hyderabad will be able to work also with the incubation center at NIPER Hyderabad. Our director, Dr. Shashibala Singh, has already, I think, shared her views and inputs with you in the particular field of biopharmaceuticals, pharmaceuticals, and medical technology to contribute to the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector's commitment to safe, quality, and affordable healthcare products for the people of India. I do hope that all of you young entrepreneurs, members of the incubation center, the innovators, will benefit from the people with whom you would be interacting during this entire event, two-day event. And I'm very happy that I could be a part of it and share with you some inputs on what I believe are government schemes that will be useful to each one of you to achieve your dreams and transform them into reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll check if anybody has any questions for you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, everybody. And with this, I think after Aparna's speech, I truly want to appreciate all the speakers, participants, and delegates for all the attention given. Thank you so much for this opportunity as well, organizers.
We didn't cut. She left, sir. We didn't cut. I thank Dr. Subhadra for coordinating the session. Now I request Dr. Praveen Kumar S. from Holocene Eco Solutions to hand over a small moment of appreciation to Dr. Subhadra. Now we'll be taking a break for the lunch and we'll rejoin at around 2:30. The arrangements are made similarly like yesterday. Post lunch, we have exciting sessions by all the funding agency secretaries, which will brief you about different funding opportunities available for students. So please do join post lunch. Thank you.
limit, because nowadays the project is coming to us is of relatively higher value. Of course, it has to be what was 10 years back. If somebody is asking 1 crore today, they will ask 5 crores because of the cost of money has gone up. So probably this will also be changed. So as I told you, around sanction has gone up. This is figure for the 31st March 2022. 23 if we include around 2,600 crore sanction, more than that. And we have disbursed already, and we got funding of only around 1,100 crores. Plus there are other mechanism through which also we supported. So I won't want to in that detail. In fact, TBIs initially, this 35 technology business incubator, the concept was coined by Technology Development Board, and everybody was funded 1 crore each. Later on, that project taken over by NEB DST. Otherwise, initially it was funded by Technology Development Board only. The 35 you can see there TBIs. Normally, we go for loan mechanism so that I can get back my money. Equity and grant was very, very low as compared to, but now my thinking has changed, and we are thinking of giving support in terms of equity also. As I told you, the 70% in case of a startup. So we are thinking of this 20% at TRL 5, we will give you in form of equity. The idea is, and I have worked on the advice of Honorable Minister, can you do some sort of a PPP model where private sector is also willing to put the fund. So I don't want to name at this stage, but at a very advanced stage, and the proposal is under consideration of Ministry of Finance as well, Law Ministry, whether we can do it or not. But I have devised some mechanism where a company X has agreed to give me 500 crores, Technology Development Board. And I said Technology Development, this is in writing, commitment. I said Technology Development Board will match 500 crores, so we will create 1,000 crore corpus. That will be utilized in phased manner to support only a startup across sector. So initially we are going to set up this fund, 100 crore by them, 100 crore by me, around 200 crores. I gave, then you will be asking why they will be interested. So I devised a model such a way it should be win-win. For the government, it is win-win because government will investing only 50%, so my exposure will be reduced. For a startup, it is win-win because I will be able to support more startups and they will get the fund. So I said, okay, I will this 20% in form of equity, 10% I will give the company who is giving me the money, and 10% equity will be the name of TDB. And you can hold off equity as long as you want to hold or exit, it is your business. I am not going to poke my nose. Rest 50% will be in form of loan, which eventually recovered, come back to my kitty, and I will keep on giving. So I given an example. Say on an average, let's say 4 crores one startup needs. Or I am setting up a fund of, let's say, 400 crores. On an average, 100 startup I can fund. Out of 100, maybe 50 crore equity of company X, 50 crore equity of TDB, less 300 equity. I am giving a very crude fund because 70%, 20 and 15 all. So this 300 will again after 5 years or 10 years with 5% interest will become 450 crores or 400. It will continue to support many others. But this 100 company where I have invested, even if 5 as a normal thumb rule for industry becomes unicorn, then probably this 5 company will give me 500 crores, 5 company will give you 500 crores. None is me bothered about. Even if it is going to be due fine, 5 or 6 company will return me my money back, which I am investing. So on this concept, when I sailed through, people are again, many bank has come up and had a discussion with me, HDFC and SBI also, can we set up a fund? I said, fine, first let me have an experiment with one company, let's see how it goes, then definitely we will extend it to others. So it is not a question of funding restriction as such, we have enough fund, plus I am arranging some other innovative instrument also. Across India, if you see, I think once upon a time, TD was called Telugu Desam Board because maximum project we used to support, we fund. Ramaswamy is not here today, maybe due to whatever ecosystem in in that unified region of Andhra. So you can see the maximum is Maharashtra, Andhra, Karnataka, etc. Although they are geographical region, but more concentrated in this region itself, across sectors. And maximum number of projects we supported, health and medical, follows by engineering and all. I can tell you someone, I think Madam Aparna was talking about medical equipment manufacturing in India, and I can tell you few of the projects which signed with my signature this year is, I just mention one name. One company of Bangalore is manufacturing linear accelerator LINAC machine using S-band magnetron technology developed by Siri Pilani of CSIR Institute. And this is unique in the world. We will come around after Japan and UK using S-band technology, only the third company in the world. Otherwise, LINAC is very, very, you see, given for radiation because you are all scientists, you know better than me. What they are claiming, even for that your brain cancer, 0.2 mm diameter precision they will hit, so that other tissue is not getting damaged. And this product not only we will be exporting, we will become the exporter of the world. And today one linear accelerator machine costs around 25 crores. They will be selling around 12 or 13 crores itself. This project was funded by us. So many such projects, even one of the startup project by Orange Koi, they are medical surgery equipments. Today 85% of the surgery equipment is controlled by your Smith and one more company. So that company we have supported in Vizag, and they have started manufacturing. They have just recently participated in US, some defense held in month of January. They are booked for 2 years of their product. 2 years ka uska pura capacity book ho gaya in one exhibition. That's the kind of things we are doing. And apart from that National Technology Award, this year also we have come out with 5 categories, including Technology Business Incubator Award, will be presented on 11th of May 2023. These 5 categories is we process Technology Development Board and Department of Science and Technology. And this is our website. Anybody can go through, have the details, all funding mechanism, everything is there. And any query, you can shoot us a mail, and we are sure it will be replied. I think I have already taken in more than my allotted time. Any questions? Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for patience hearing. भाई फाइनेंस का बात है, बहुत सवाल दिमाग में चल रहे होंगे. है कोई क्वेश्चन तो पूछो. कहते हैं ना, देश बढ़ाना भैया सबसे बड़ा रुपया, पैसे से कैसा कुछ नहीं होता, पैसे ही मेन है. So many questions. Yeah, please.
Just wanted to understand.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Would you support something innovation which is not in revenue stage?
Not in?
Revenue stage.
Of course, of course. I told you, your
And we
research
will be in the negative stage for the next 2 years or 3
doesn't
years.
matter, doesn't matter. If your concept is good, if your product is really good, that's certified by my team, of course you are not entering into for charity. Once you will submit me the project proposal, you can say in the first 2 years I will be in negative, then thereafter I am selling, I am getting, because you are told at the end of that you are a company. So you have to convince me whether you will be able to fund me back after 4.5 years till 9th years. If you convince that, fine. Initial 2 years you may be negative, doesn't matter. All a startup for that matter, if your company is registered, let's say this year or last year, I don't expect that they have started getting generating revenue. If they are generating revenue, then there is not a startup at all. Okay, fine.
Even if it is a risky projects.
That's what I said. At the
5
cost
years,
of, we are supporting you, because our idea is not minting money as a bank. Our idea is to support that concept, to support that technological innovation. You may fail, fine. If you may fail, doesn't matter. Yeah, please. That's a very, I was thinking somebody will ask. Yeah, we take collaterals. Normally, that's, I'd say, some of the old thinking. As I said, if I'm changing from the perspective of rejecting to the perspective of accepting, these things will come into accept. Earlier, we used to say, no, if I'm giving X amount, I need around 2x of amount collateral and this, that. I said, Baba, startup ke paas kahan se milega wo? So now our thinking is changing slowly. Of course, you see, government, if you do anything else, then people will ask, what is his perspective? Why he is saying so? So you have to do it slowly. So I said, fine, whatever I am funding, maybe plant, machinery, etc., that you hypothecate to me. At least you are creating that asset or the my funding plus personal guarantee of promoter. If you are a promoter, if you do not guarantee me that throughout the period you will be available, then how can I get confident? Plus, you just pledge your share to me 51%. Pledge means doesn't mean that you give me share directly. You pledge means if you want to offload your share tomorrow, you just take some sort of clearance from me. Otherwise, it so happened today I fund you, tomorrow you sell your entire stake and simply vanish away. That's not the case. Yeah, please. So these are the things we normally look for.
नमस्ते सर, मेरा नाम आनंद है, डॉक्टर आनंद गोविंद लोरी। मैं सिंगापुर से हूँ, भारत का नागरिक हूँ, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान छोड़ के 25 साल हो गए मुझे। एम्स में और JNU में मैं पढ़ा हूँ। मेरा ये सोचना है, और मैं सिंगापुर गवर्नमेंट में भी मैंने काम किया 14 साल के लिए। मैं एक्चुअली आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि अगर हम टाइट रेगुलेशंस लगाते हैं प्रोमोटर्स के ऊपर, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, स्पेशली बायोटेक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और एनी एंटरप्रेन्योर हु वांट्स टू do a startup business in terms of, like, say, guarantee or in terms of essentially pledging of the shares. Promoters की बात तो छोड़िए, लेकिन investors जो है, private equity investors, वो नहीं आते हैं। तो सिंगापुर में क्या होता है, वहाँ पर जब वो लोन देते हैं तो वो एक बायबैक रखते हैं at a simple interest rate of 5% or so, और वो ऑप्शन देते हैं कि आप गवर्नमेंट का स्टेक you can buy back, or you can arrange an investor to arrange for him to buy back the government stake.
Can I answer you?
Ji.
If I can go back, I can show you out of 2,300, we have just funded on 35% in terms of equity.
Ji.
So normally, we were desisting from funding equity. So if I am not funding equity, there is no stake of government as such. So there is no question of buyback. As you have rightly said, I got in principle approval on the process. Now, there was an equity investment, there was one big impediment with us. Our act says, or whosoever at that point of time, I am not blaming, that you will get into equity at par. I said today, if some startup has come, they have raised series 1 or 2, so they will not give you at par. If you ask equity at rupee state, nobody will give you. Then at that time, that concept we bring in, of course not driven by Singapore or these are all indigenous thinking and all. I said I will fund you equity, not option is yours. Equity at the level which you last raised or next round of your funding with 20% discount to us. So that they convert, this is a convertible loan I am giving you, convert to equity. Once you convert it in equity, when I am going to sell this equity, the first right of refusal will be yours at that point of valuation. So if you refuse to buy back my share government stake, then I can sell it to anybody else.
So that's a basic difference. Singapore government says even after 10 years you want to sell the government equity, you just pay 5%.
5% to whom?
To the government back.
No,
So the government basically
the government investing in form of equity or in form of
in the form of equity.
No, that's
so
what
the
I'm saying.
government is what the government is saying is that they are there to catalyze the ecosystem, but not to play the role of a businessman with a business.
Tell me one thing, then
startup
how
enterprise.
come 5% equity, how it is valued? Suppose today, I suppose your company, as a government, I invested, let's say 10 shares. of 100 rupees. So it is 500. Say 100,000 rupees. Tomorrow this valuation is let's say 10,000. So what I am saying, at 10,000 you purchase me my stake, or else I will sell it in the market. You say no, 5%. 5% then what? How I am going to
The
calculate
5% interest rate.
how I am going to calculate as a government? So government, what will
The
government will
government
get?
is invested, say, 10 crores. 5% of that, even if the company is valued at 1,000 crores or 2,000 crores, the government is saying is that we will not charge mark to market. Because we are not in the business of creating money from a startup entrepreneur. We are in the business of supporting the entrepreneur. That is a mindset change that is required.
No, but for then, look, in that, how much government is funding there?
How is the government getting there?
How much government is funding? What is the percentage of funding by government?
The percentage of funding?
Suppose I have a project of required X amount, how much government is funding?
No, so for every, they're going up to $1 million.
Oh, it doesn't matter, $1 million.
Yeah.
What is the scale? Suppose I require, let's say, $10 million.
Yeah.
Whether government will give me $5 million? No. But here I am giving. Even if you require 100 crores, I am giving 100 crores.
Oh, is that okay? So that's my first question.
So
the second question I want to ask, sir.
That's a difference. I am giving him loan. Loan is also at 5% simple rate of interest, I am getting back money. So what government essentially they are doing is not giving him loan, giving 1 million up to as a form of equity, saying even if for 10 years you return me. So it is essentially boiled down to loan only.
Loan.
Just only thing you have some instrument in their hand, that's all. So this is a different model. Of course, there is no harm in studying that model. I am not discarding it. But probably whether it will suit to our condition or not, we will look into it.
Sir.
I believe our model is even much relaxed and much more applicable to our condition.
But when
Anyway.
sir, just to add that point, when you ask a promoter to pledge the shares,
True.
a private investor may not want to invest in such.
There are things that are happening, but I have spoken to many private investors on their behalf. Place means I am not getting that share and locked in my. I am only pledging means whenever you are going to offload, you just inform TDB that I am going. Otherwise, tomorrow it should not so happen. You are holding the majority share. Tomorrow you offload and simply vanish. It happens few of the cases. Look, everything you draw from experience. So I am not saying that if you ask me, I will stop. No, unless you pay back my loan and etc. Then only. That's not the case. That is what the other investors are referring to. It is not that.
Sir, I have another question.
Dr. Anand, we are running out of time.
Just one last question.
Yeah, please.
This question is actually good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Aspire Bionest has a pool of about 40 to 50 startups. Many of these startup entrepreneurs are PhD scientists who left plum careers to do the startup company. Now they're looking for follow-on funding. Unfortunately, be it Hyderabad, Bangalore, or in India, the follow-on ecosystem in life sciences does not exist. It's not as healthy as for an IT startup or a manufacturing startup. So my proposal is, let's say if we as Govind Capital were to come in and put in, say, a rupee, will TDB match us though we are a foreign investor? Or can TDB put in 2 rupees for every 1 rupee that we put in, and we create, say, a 500 crore fund for Aspire Bionest?
I think you have hit the nail. I told you that we are already in a process of setting some fund with one company X, and it is under examination because you see, Government of India, I am also one of the bureaucrats, I can understand. The people sitting across Law Minister, Finance, whether you have this mandate to do it or not. Plus other fellows, why you are doing so? You have already flushed with money, you have the money, why you are needing money from other, why you are giving equity to other? See, so one stage I told you, based upon this experiment and provided clearance from finance and law, if it is there, then definitely I would love to set up a joint fund with you also. I don't mind.
Though we are foreign investors.
Doesn't matter. Anybody.
Okay,
Foreign investor means I am getting money.
Yeah.
If somebody X is giving me, I am giving a return that equity. So that modality have to be looked into of the record. But as a, I don't think any problem in that. If I am inviting FDIs and all, so how it is problem? But anyway, I will look into it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we will not take any questions because we are running out of time. You can speak with.
So I have given you double the time, so I should get double remuneration. Pure finance, after all. Yeah.
So I would like to thank Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak for excellent presentation on Technology Development Board funding and particularly the new help towards startup. So we on the behalf of Hyderabad, I would like particularly thank you for funding Shanta Biotech and Bharat Biotech, which actually catalyzed the ecosystem, biotech ecosystem in Hyderabad. Thank you very much for that. So I now request Dr. Kishore to honor Sri Rajesh with the token of appreciation with a memento.
Oh, he will give me something, yaar. Keep it. Thank you. रख लो रे, देख लेना. Thank you. Thank you. Are, you have to take this bhaiya for other speaker.
Yeah. Yeah, our next speaker, Dr. Anita Gupta, head of the National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board, DST. I welcome Dr. Anita Gupta. Welcome, event. So I request Chinna to present Dr. Anita with a bouquet.
You can take it.
Yeah, very impressive profile, Dr. Anita Gupta, a doctorate in engineering from IIT Delhi by qualification, an administrator with 20 years of experience in managing Government of India-led programs and on innovation and entrepreneurship. She has played a pioneering role in steering horizontal and vertical growth of innovation, entrepreneurship, and startups in the country. She has been a lead catalyst in establishing over 100 technology business incubators at institutes of academic excellence, including IITs, IIMs, NITs, and leading private universities. She has been instrumental in carving out new umbrella initiative, NIDHI, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation under Prime Minister's National Initiative of Startup India. She is deeply involved in transforming the Indian innovation landscape by engaging new models of public-private partnership with leading MNCs such as Intel, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Texas Instruments, and the Tatas, Bennett Coleman and Company, etc. She is driving the key program and innovation, that is India Innovation Growth Program, Power of Ideas, and Innovate for Digital India. At national level, she possesses the enriching blend of experience in promoting not only the startups based on technological excellence, but also in empowerment of the society through nurturing micro-enterprises based on technologies of relevance. In the ministry, she spearheads a new and exclusive component on women entrepreneurs in technology, and few of her recent works are first of its kind initiative in the country, which include setting off department first research park in IIT Gandhinagar, seed and acceleration support for startups in incubators, India Innovation Challenge for engineering students. Apart from national outreach, she has contributed immensely in fostering result-oriented international linkages with countries such as China, Malaysia, Cambodia, South Korea, UK, USA, Switzerland, and so on and so forth. She also contributed a number of articles in leading forums and platforms, including print and digital media. She is regularly invited as a speaker, panelist, and resource person in numerous events and conferences, both nationally and internationally. With this introduction, I ask Dr. Anita Gupta to give her presentation. Thank you, madam.
Thank you and good afternoon to one and all. So my previous speaker, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Pathak has already set the tone, the way funding has gone in this to the companies at large, and now they are opening doors for startups as well. But as you see, now startups is a buzzword everywhere, and thanks to the national initiative where a PM has given a lot of confidence to young population at large, how they can be the drivers and prime movers of change, as a catalyst of change, how they can be motivated and empowered to solve variety of problems, be it in health, education, fintech, energy, you name, and like how they can really come out with innovative ideas and transform into startups to solve our own problems. And not only our problems, if these startups are of that kind, they can solve problems for India and also for the world as well. So with these directives, you see now every institution, every academic institution, students communities are really exposed to how they can be, they can inculcate the culture of design thinking, creativity and problem solving. But if you retrace the journey way back in late 80s, this was unheard of. Entrepreneurship in academic institution was an alien word. Nobody had thought of it. And DST, I must appreciate what Dr. Yogesh Rao has given a title of my talk as a trendsetter for recharging and building the ecosystem, academic ecosystem in the country for catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship. And this is a very relevant topic, building entrepreneurial ecosystem in universities. In early 90s or late 80s, this was an uphill task for those who worked in my department and were in charge of driving various programs for innovation and entrepreneurship. I was told that when they used to approach academic institutions, they were and meet the top brass of institutions, nobody really understood the potential of why the ecosystem needs to be created. And if we retrace our journey, and you will come to know why we are called trendsetters as a pioneers of building up the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the institution. So for us in the Department of Science and Technology, our primary target group was academic institutions. And thereafter, academic institutions were empowered with the mechanisms. They could actually come out with programs to support startups, create an enabling environment. So I will run through the various slides of my presentation, which will give you a feel and flavor of our activities which we have carried out in last 3 decades. And later on, many after 2016, when Startup India program was coined and it was made a national initiative, many departments started their own startup programs, incubation program, and that's how the whole ecosystem has really now charged up. And thanks to the programs like Shark Tank, now everyone, whosoever watches, how many of you watch the Shark Tank programs? So now everyone knows the basics of startups, what equity is and what valuation is, how the investors called sharks judge the business ideas, what is the passion of founders behind the idea, what problem they are solving, what customers are they targeting, how does the statistics looks like in terms of financing. So now it has, this startup activity has now taken to the drawing rooms and homes. So that kind of cultural shift has taken place in last few years. So this is the board, and there were visionary people in the Department of Science and Technology 3 decades back, which thought of integrating innovation and entrepreneurship in the academic institution environment, and that too in the higher education institutes. Because if you really look at the history of developed world like US, this trend was already there. They had TTOs, like technology transfer offices, and some mechanisms wherein the whatever lab level work was done was transferred to industries, or spin-off startup companies were grounded there. So we had at that point of time a clear mandate of how do we convert job seekers to job generators. This period was largely in the, you can say, 1990 to say early 2000, when India gained a lot of prominence and significance in terms of our recognition as global IT hub, software services, and even the share of services in the GDP was more than 50%. Therein, we added another layer of our objective. How can knowledge be translated into wealth creation? And that's how that gave the birth of program technology business incubators, which DST pioneered in India. And how do we really couple the value added services in our programs to really enable first generation entrepreneurs who are dabbling in the entrepreneurship career for the first time? How would we really give them quality mentoring services, quality access to other business support services to enhance their prospects of success? And then the third component, a layer which was added, how do we really generate and create a good innovation pipeline, and how do we make our youth, our students be observant of our own problems and come out with solutions? And that's how startup is a new term, but we used to call at that time tech-based entrepreneurs. So these were the three objectives which we are working on within the board. And so what shift has taken place in the last few years is, as everyone has visited incubator here, I believe they have a fair good concept of what incubation offers. So we are giving a state-of-the-art infrastructure. In fact, University of Hyderabad, we have given incubator way back, I think more than a decade before. At that point of time, it really, the incubation which is given to an academic community institution for the first time itself acts as a startup. It becomes, because university system is a very difficult system to really navigate and come out with vis-a-vis the other institutions like IITs or IIMs, where they are more tuned to this kind of activity. University system is difficult to really be fully engaged in incubation activity. And one of the critical piece of success which we have found, what is the recipe of success of making a good and successful incubation program, is obviously the support from the top management of an institution. So whether it's a university system, their senate, or the vice chancellor, and the academic community, if it is not there, it becomes really difficult to propel through the entire journey of, as long as DST is supporting for, providing support for up to 5 years, which is our mandate. After that, it starts collapsing. We have very limited exposure of supporting incubators in university system. There are a handful of universities. One of the university I don't want to name, they collapsed once we discontinued the support. And I must compliment University of Hyderabad with their initial struggle, and when I visited today, it's a sea difference. And with the kind of 3 incubators under the umbrella of Aspire, and kind of 80+ startups they are supporting, all in the deep tech domain, which is really capital intensive and takes a long gestation period. And I think the kind of profile I interacted with a couple of startups, I see a lot of potential in terms of market, and I think some of them will really shine as, they are unicorns, they soon be unicorns in the years to so. And with these, I'll just give you a glimpse of what kind of activities, more so focused on what last 10 years or 6, 7, 8 years we have been doing. So along when Startup India program was launched, we had a portfolio of about 75 incubators in the country. At that point of time, we really brainstormed. We took a set of 20 incubators in a place near Udaipur, confined in a, you can say, place, and which was surrounded by water. 3 days we really sat and figured out what are the missing pieces in our offerings, whether it's like what should be done. How do we really make our program much more effective and tailored to the needs of the market? So we came out with this Nidhi program, which stands for National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation. And we thought, we actually, one thing we very critically came, there was no funding from Government of India available if an innovator or ideator wants to convert idea into a prototype. So that was a clear missing piece. And I will just share the components of Nidhi in terms of funding and to the stage of the startup journey. We were the first one to coin the public-private partnership for innovation scouting and support. There also I'll let you know. We offered, we used to take a cohort of incubation managers, because incubation managers also didn't have much of exposure how to manage incubation, and we took them to various international, you can say, ecosystem exposure, experiential learning visit. We have trained more than 50 incubation managers, CEOs, and some of them are really now best in class in terms of managing the incubation program. We had partnership with 8 countries in this regard, USA, European countries like Sweden, and some Asian countries as well. And then we are supporting many programs in terms of business plan competitions. So we support a business plan competition where students participate, and that's how these are the efforts wherein we are generating pipeline of future innovators and startups. So as I have shared, in the first version, the first 15 years we focused on job seekers to wealth creation, how do we enable it. From next 15 years, knowledge to wealth creation, and now our focus is really convergence of technology, nurture problem solvers, and how do we create a good ecosystem for supporting deep tech disruptive business models. So now we have a portfolio of close to 165 incubators in the country across, but 85% models are academic driven incubation models. So need not stress much on this, everyone knows what incubation offers. So I'll just dwell a bit on access to finance part as well, and market access. These are some of our flagship incubation program: Sign IIT Bombay, Venture Center Pune, Startup Village, Bhubaneswar, and I think most of the incubators have been onboarded by DBT's BINS program as well, and also TIDE METI program and IDEX program of Ministry of Defense as well. So in terms of the initial seeds of incubation program, we have shown from the Department of Science and Technology. Later on, they have added on, they have diversified into various areas like biotechnology, life sciences, defense, and that's how the whole ecosystem has been recharged. So in terms of TBI, we have actually now come out with another program known as Center for Excellences. So we have created 8 Center for Excellences out of the 165 odd TBIs which we have supported. So what does this Center for Excellence offer is a more qualitative and quantitatively boost in the startup activities. The more than 3x area is now available for startup activity. Lot of earlier, if they are supporting 10-15 entrepreneurs, now they can support with the kind of incubation, you can say, space available, more than 40-50 startups at a given point of time. So in terms of TBI, we have actually now come out with another program known as Center for Excellences. So we have created 8 Center for Excellences out of the 165 odd TBIs which we have supported. So what does this Center for Excellence offer is a more qualitative and quantitatively boost in the startup activities. The more than 3x area is now available for startup activity. Lot of earlier, if they are supporting 10-15 entrepreneurs, now they can support with the kind of incubation, you can say, space available, more than 40-50 startups at a given point of time. And our typical model is we are providing 5 crores for supporting or creating an incubation program for 3 years. No, this is another variant which we have created, that is inclusive TBI. Now when we analyze our presence across the India, we thought that some of the areas are left out, particularly the northeast, the hilly areas like J&K, Uttarakhand, and some of the areas like Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. For them we have created an inclusive TBI concept, and we will be supporting 25 new ITBIs in those areas. So in terms of thrust areas, which although incubators are supported by DST are sector agnostic, but invariably we have just taken a stock of the areas. So topmost is obviously healthcare and life sciences, and now agri-tech is also being focused, and there are combination of other areas like energy, engineering, manufacturing, hospitality, transportation. So this is the concept of Center for Excellence, and each COE aims to incubate about 100 startups at any given point of time. Sign IIT Bombay, CIIM, Ahmedabad, PSG, PBI Welltech, Kalinga Institute, Bhubaneswar, and NCL Venture Center are our latest entrant in Hyderabad is T-Hub, where we are supporting the Center for Excellence. So we have supported from 2016 till date 40 new TBIs and over and above 120 more before that. So and 8 Center for Excellence, close to 12,000 startups we have incubated, in which 8,000 are physically incubated. And because of pandemic, most of our incubators have switched to a hybrid model of incubation. They are also supporting virtual incubation. So that's how number has is 12,000, 8,000 are physically incubated. Close to 1,100 is the IP which has been generated by these startups. Out of 12,000, 1,600 are women-led, and 360 plus is the prototype which has been generated. We conducted a one third-party study by IIT Kanpur, and in that particular study, about close to 5,000 startups data were compiled, and these startups had generated a combined turnover of about 27,000 crores and a valuation of more than 35,000 crores. So that was in 2020. One of the unique feature of our Nidhi program is how do we create the pipeline of startups. So, because see, in most of our target group is our technical institutes supporting science and technology professionals. So, and in technical institutes, after the end of the graduating year, everyone opts for campus placement. But if there are students who have some idea and want to pursue entrepreneurship as career because of family pressure and all, ultimately they opt for job. So we started off with this entrepreneurship in residence program, EIR program, wherein we are giving grant up to 30,000 per month with a maximum support cap of 3.6 lakhs, a modest sustenance allowance or a fellowship which we are giving, and close to 30 incubators are given this kind of support. And this has become a good pipeline for our future startups. So close to 670 EIR fellows have been supported, and out of this they have formed close to 280 startups. We have 32 incubators which we call program executive partners. 25 states these incubators are impacting, and 265 IP generated, and these startups 280 odd have raised close to 80 CR of funding, and 1650 is the employment which has been generated. Another unique which I have talked about you, this has become a major program of Nidhi, wherein we are providing funding to convert idea into prototype. So here we support we are supporting, giving infrastructure support of 100 lakhs to create a fab lab, or we call it Prayashala, to convert idea to a prototype. Minimum 10 in each Prayashala or Prayas center has to support minimum 10 innovators every year, and up to 10 lakhs of support we give to the innovator or startup to come out with a prototype. So, so far we have supported in last 5 cycles 44 Prayas centers, which have supported close to 1,000 plus Prayasis, and out of these 673 have formed their startups. So both EIR as well as Prayas have become pre-incubation program and adding to the fund pipeline of startups. Another feature which we added in our program was like, once the startup is within the incubation and once they leave out the incubation program, there is sort of the growth is not found much, they are stagnant, they struggle to scale. How do we come out with a program which is a deep mentoring, a focused program, cohort based program, wherein they are actually assigned quality mentors with and they are curated in a way they are able to enhance their investment readiness. So this program was also initiated by DST. And so far we have supported close to 48 accelerator programs, and 532 ventures have been impacted, and 45 have been able to generate the funding. What Mr. Rajesh Pathak had talked about earlier, see, when we were figuring out whether we were not providing any direct support through to any you can say incubating ventures or incubating startups. Technology Development Board was the financing arm of our department, so they came with an idea that we should now open doors for startups, but the scheme has to be operated by incubators, and that was way back in 2008, and I distinctly remember we organized first of its kind program in ISB to disseminate information about this program, and Dr. Krishna Ella was our lead speaker in that program. This program ran for about 7-8 years, as you shared, that 35 incubators were given one CR of funding to be given to startups. At that point, 25 lakhs was the ceiling which was fixed up to be given to any startup, and it was built on the model of TDB soft loan, as a part of a soft loan. But later on, when at that point of time our secretary Dr. Ramaswamy was there, he said, now since we are the lead body in supporting incubators, let this program be handled by our department, our division itself, and that's how we started off. But we made some change in the program after brainstorming with our incubators. We enhanced the ceiling of providing support to 1 CR, and it was both on the equity as well as the loan model. So we operated as the case may be, and we gave some guidelines, empowered incubators to operate with a good committee in place which does the due diligence, selection, reviews, and monitors it. So this program has really become a value-added program for any incubator, but not all incubators are given this seat. It's a competitive-based selection. So we have supported out of 160, 63 incubators with seed supported, 460 seed funded companies are there, and close to 14,317 lakhs have been disbursed. Although our upper ceiling is 1 CR, but incubators normally keep it in the range of 25 to 30 lakhs. The BOT lab, which Dr. Pathak has shared about, was given the maximum support 1 CR in 2 phases. First to build capabilities of drone up to 50 drones and up to 100 drones. Thereafter, they scaled up with bigger funding, 1,000 drones, which was shown in the last beating retreat, and this year they were scaled up to 3,500. So one of the other program which we supported in our pandemic COVID times was the Kavach program, and this was the fastest program which we rolled out in an exact 3 to 4 days. This was devised in the fag end of March 2020, and we onboarded close to 8 incubators, but the lead incubator was Sign IIT Bombay, Center for Augmenting War with COVID-19 Health Crisis, because we wanted to encourage startups to come out with solutions. At that point, we were not having PPs, we were not having any ventilators, even like some of the informatics driven solutions were not in place, and we awarded, and everything was in a very speedy manner given the kind of crisis we were going in, and 51 startups were awarded with Kavach fund to the tune of 39.65 CR, and we focused on diagnostics, informatics, PPs, splicers, ventilators, and respiratory care devices. So out of the those 51 companies, 45 products were launched, and this has been a success because 42 companies started generating revenue, and many startup companies, if were like one company is on ventilator or Noka Robotics, was in the very different domain of robotic based solar panel cleaning. They quickly pivoted into ventilators making, and utilized their engineering skills and engineering talent to come out with the indigenous ventilator in a record time. And that was a time when everyone, like stakeholders, joined hands together, like engineering, academic institutions, financing arm, government, and that's how we could really fast track the journey which otherwise would have taken more than 2 years to come out with a product. This was in less than 6 months. Then in the second wave, we had Nidhi for COVID. So DST as a body, we were the first one to partner with lead MNCs like Intel, Boeing, Tata Trust. I could see from the program schedule of this Rich Core Life Sciences, Subramanian, he was the first one we spotted in one of our program through Indo-USSNT Forum. That was Intel's DST Pioneers Challenge, and he was spotted in this, and then rest is history. And there were so many examples how our public-private partnership programs were first to pick up and select innovators which were really successful in the long run. Like this is with Texas Instruments, and this was championed by NSSL, IIM Bangalore. And this was one of the very successful program wherein we technical institutes from various institutions we onboarded, and I think 20,000 applications we used to receive from this India Innovation Challenge Design Contest, India Innovation Growth Program with FICCI and Lockheed Martin, later Tata Trust also onboarded. So these were pan-India innovation scouting program, and there was series of, it never used to end up by only giving award. How do we connect with mentors? How do we connect with incubation? How do we connect with the right set of people where their product could be utilized? So Market Connect was an integral part, and all these programs had this component of taking them to international market access. So experiential learning visit was also part of it. We created first National Center for Innovation in IIT Bombay with the Boeing, enabling our SMEs and MSMEs in the manufacturing domain how to really enhance their competitiveness because aerospace requires a lot of precision, accuracy. So all these programs were initially funded by us. Power of Idea is the biggest idea scouting program in partnership with Economic Times. Some of the programs were initiated to really empower women entrepreneurs. This was also in partnership with NSR Cell Bangalore. Then 3-4 other programs like Empower with Bombay Stock Exchange, we program with IIT Delhi, and Women Startup Program with IIM Bangalore. As I told, 7-8 countries, we had bilateral partnership in promoting cohort-based acceleration program. And one of the hugely successful, of course, I have India Innovation Growth Program with India US, and India Swiss Next. How do we really empower our academicians who are tuned and oriented towards entrepreneurship? So this has also really been success, where 30 startups have been. So different, these programs were conducted every year, but due to pandemic, there is a break in the whole programs. We will be reviving these. So as you know, how many of you heard about Ather Energy electric scooter? So all these was the initial seeds of support were given by our incubator. Now they have moved their base from Chennai to Bangalore, and they are now commercial. These are all IIT Madras incubated companies, which is the first commercial indigenous underwater robotic inspection and environmental survey solution. Investment of 14 CR. Which one? Plan, yeah, so see, ultimately our intent is whatever we are supporting, this should be a feeder to TDB, like, so where does the startup, otherwise your scouting exercise will be, so you should hunt for startups from our incubator. So many are now reaching out, like Let's Venture wants to support DST startup companies, and they say they will pledge some funds to the tune of 100 or 200 CR, because this becomes you can say the initial curation, where the curation takes place as the incubation. Rest, see, we are not going to promise or ensure support. Anything which is of which investor sees of value, it will take off. So we are only de-risking some of the initial risks, or mitigating that risk. Not moving. So recently, last year, we had a showcase of our journey so far. So primarily in the event of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav DST Startup Utsav we had, and we actually have come out with the publication of top 75 startups against various components of Nidhi program. So these are all other different startups. Nokak Robotics, I said, was the first to come out with a ventilator. Cradlewise is also smart cradle. This has come out of our women entrepreneurship program now. She was ex-Texas Instruments electronics engineer. Now she has also set up company in US. So these are some of the publications which we have recently brought out in our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, featuring top 75 startups under various programs like the seed support, incubation program, Prayas program. So that's it, like with the kind of promise potential our talented youth, our students, our academic community have. And now, thankfully, the message has gone in. Institutions are now really come up with the incubation program, and the kind of landscape which has improved both in terms of policy, in terms of offerings. We feel that it is the best place for entrepreneurship for India, as far as India is concerned, because I met some of the people who are now well established in US. They say had India or government given such kind of support 2 decades back, they wouldn't have left the country. So I must say that the things are going to be really better and bigger, and with the third spot of in terms of as a startup nation and the kind of thrust whole government is putting upon technology to be the bringing out the quality of change which we perceive in India to solve various problems, and things are going to be really this next decade will be decade of technology, decade of youth, decade of startups, decade of innovation, and decade of entrepreneurships. And therefore the role of institutions and academic whole community has become really paramount to drive this whole movement as a whole in the country. And now we have to really look out for what we are lacking, what are the areas where we want to focus on, come out with the products which can be indigenously can be made up, and that should be the really focus of all of us. I think our secretary yesterday really highlighted there are certain set of chemicals which are imported, and that needs to be manufactured indigenously, and similarly there could be n number of areas where we could show our strength and build our own indigenous capabilities. So time is really ripe, and I will urge upon not only the academic community but all stakeholders to come on board to really transform India in an entrepreneurial way. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, madam.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the excellent presentation and insights that you have given. My name is Dr. Anand Govinduluri. I'm a venture capitalist from Singapore. My question is, having invested for the past 25 years, now I'm spending some time in tier 2 towns and tier 3 villages of India. I've been to Nizamabad, I've been to Gorakhpur, and some parts in Nasik. What I realize is that the entrepreneurs there need help in terms of business model. They need help in terms of structuring an investment term sheet, negotiating professionally in a sophisticated language. So my question to you, madam, is that in your entire slides, I was trying to see whether there is any grant given for skilling of entrepreneurs, especially in healthcare and education. That's a field that I specialize in. Thank you.
Yeah, so from 2014, there's a special ministry allocated for Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, MSD. Earlier, we were doing a part of activity, but we were imparting training which actually enables any person who wants to gain basic information, ABCD, nut and bolts of what entrepreneurship is all about. Not on sector specific like health and pharma, but what you have rightly pointed out, that is the real need. If we really want to transform as an entrepreneurial nation, because each and every youth needs to be empowered about the business side of and finance side, which is missing piece. So we will see how we can really enable our incubators to reach out to those tier 2 and really take, not only restrict to their specific institutions. We will figure out some mechanism, but as far as skilling is concerned, on various aspects, there's a separate ministry where they are devoting, and their role is mandated for it.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Subramaniam, CEO of Reagent Biosciences in Bangalore and Hyderabad as well. The one major gap I notice is that everything we use, either instruments or reagents, everything imported from West. They are so expensive. The thing is, the 50 lakh grants that are given are really, really not sufficient. For example, I have to import human tissues for my 3D bioprinting, 3D models. No Indian company can make them and supply them. So I always have to look at them for paying thousands of dollars. And that's not feasible for an Indian company, startup company, if they have to only import from the US and West. We have to have our own manufacturing, our own reagent center. So you talk only about innovation. Innovation doesn't come unless you have the equipment at cheaper price and reagents that you can make at cheaper price. Everybody wants to do innovation. Even for chemistry, that do the process manufacturing and everything. All of the raw chemicals for the, they come from China. India doesn't have any raw chemical manufacturing process. So they import them and they make the drug product and they sell it to US and Europe companies. So there are lots of gaps in that area that we need to fix it.
No, I agree. I think then we should really sit down and see what are the critical problem challenges which can be posed upon our two as a grand challenges, where we could have some ideas and which can be taken up immediately. So not every problem can be solved immediately, but we have to figure out what are the challenges and what can be done immediately to address them. Yeah. So we can pick up few ones.
So we just don't need to focus on innovation. We also need to look at the supply chain that we need it. Yeah.
The entire ecosystem. When we talk of ecosystem.
Doctor, to add to his your answer, I think there the individual ministries are working in terms of facilitating the ecosystem and the ancillary industries. Like many of these production-linked incentives have been rolled out for pharma intermediates and building block materials.
Thank you. We'll not take any more questions because the other speaker is waiting. I would like to thank Dr. Anita Gupta for an excellent presentation and walking through us through various funding programs of the DST, such as Nidhi Prayas Accelerator and Kavach. I also like to thank her for funding DBI, because of which we can become a startup. Thank you very much, madam. And I requested Dr. Paul to honor Dr. Anita Gupta with a memento as a token of appreciation. Yeah, our next speaker, Dr. Manish Diwan, he could not attend today, so he's giving his presentation online. Dr. Manish Diwan is a well-known name, and we are all familiar with his name, who doesn't require an introduction, because he recently visited us, a Bionest, and gave a talk to us. And Dr. Manish Diwan, I welcome you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, he's heading the strategy partnership and entrepreneurship development at BIRAC, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Earlier, Dr. Manish worked as an associate director and group head for biology at Daiichi Sankyo India Pharma Private Limited. He was a senior group leader in Ranbaxy India Private Limited, heading the oncology for a new drug discovery research. Dr. Manish is a trained immunobiologist and a pharmacist in India and abroad. He obtained his PhD from Jamia Hamdard of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Immunology in 1999. During the doctoral and postdoctoral studies, he worked in association with NII, ICGB India, University of Alberta, Canada, and KIST, South Korea. You are well known about the BIRAC. BIRAC is an interface agency that strengthens and empowers the emerging biotech enterprises to undertake strategic research and innovation, addressing nationally relevant product development needs through BIZ, CBRI, BIPP, SPARSH, etc. programs. As head of the SPED, Dr. Manish Diwan supported the establishment of many Bionest SPARSH centers all over the country that are helping innumerable early stage startups and trying to address the pressing needs of the society. So I request Dr. Manish to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. I acknowledge Professor Rao's invite, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, Dr. Prasad, Dr. Rao, Dr. Rajagopal. I think this incubation center, the Aspire Institute ecosystem, has been nurtured and developed by the academicians and professors, and very deep support from the higher management. So it's a unique case. I acknowledge the presence of IC Dr. Anita, KK, Anand, and other dignitaries present over there. Unfortunately, I could not join in person. It's my loss. I am not able to interact with all of you. But the ecosystem that Aspire has built in the University of Hyderabad, in recent times, I had the opportunity to visit a couple of months back and interact with the startups over there. Thoroughly impressed, and very interesting problem statements that individual entrepreneurs, startups pursuing within their own ambit, and the incubation facility of FireNest and other incubators have really come up thrivingly well. So much so the entire incubation facilities is saturated. People are waiting to get incubated in the region, and this has come as we all understand and recognize the Hyderabad the mature cluster. There are so many incubation centers. I'm told about more than 50 or 53 now, and it's keep on building. So despite of having so many incubation centers within the state, within the city, University of Hyderabad's Aspire Incubation Center doing that well in the deep tech, in the life sciences, is immensely appreciable and credible. If I'm allowed to share my screen, then I would like to put up a couple of slides to share and reflect what has BIREC done over past few years that has nurtured the biotech ecosystem in the country. If you can see my screen, are my slides visible? If somebody
Yes, sir,
can confirm.
we can see.
All right, great. So I've been asked to put together a reflection how BIREC DBT has nurtured the life sciences innovation ecosystem in the country. So I'll use few slides, and maybe in 15, 20, 25 minutes, I will go over there. Department of Biotechnology under Ministry of Science and Technology carved out BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, in 2012, specifically to handhold the translation of knowledge which gets generated in the typically academic research institutions. By this way, that was a conscious decision to increase the footprint of biotech enterprises in the country. And as we all understand, the biotech ecosystem is investment heavy. It has a long gestation period. It requires patent capital, as we were just hearing, expensive equipment, expensive reagents, and there's a high attrition. And you don't know whether or not, despite of putting all things together, you will see an outcome. But the high risk comes with high reward. So there's a patient as well as there is a very focused attempt needs to be made to nurture and handhold the innovations under this field. And broadly, the biotech, as we all understand, integrates being a interdisciplinary, cross-functional sciences. It connects with healthcare, includes therapeutics, diagnostics, medical devices, wellness, improving quality of life, One Health, industrial biotechnology. In fact, yesterday's our new budget for 2023 emphasized the greener technology. So industrial processes which are cleaner, less polluting, switch over from synthetic to semi-synthetic using biotech route. The agri and the allied areas, waste to value, biofuel, bioenergy, bioplastics, biodegradable. So there's a lot that can be done, which can be impacted through the biotech sector. And as we see that 10 years have passed since BIREC's inception, and if we look back and compare the 10 years, we could see that in the last 10 years, the footprint of number of biotech startups in the country has expanded significantly. So has the number of specialized biotech bio-incubation centers. University of Hyderabad is one shining example of such bio-incubation center. So there are now 75 in the country. The churn out from these incubation centers and the beneficiaries of BIREC, so we can see the translation resulting in increasing number of products which are getting into market. Collectively, the ecosystem, startups, entrepreneurs raising private investments after the granting aid, which is given by DBT, BIREC. And these are all, this is all knowledge-based industry. So the number of IPs filed as well as that also it gets reflected. And very enhanced and positive forward movement, very impressively, despite of a lot of recessions, even during the COVID, we could see positive movement through the 2 years of COVID as well. So BIREC does 4 things essentially, if you can bridge that. One is evangelize, create a pipeline of entrepreneurs, provide them basic funding, allow them access to and set up this common access high-end infrastructure that is accessible to all these beneficiaries. There is a lot of ensemble of mentoring, hand-holding, guidance, compliances requirement that is made available, facilitation for that, awareness, and ability for individual startup, individual entrepreneur to move forward in that direction. And then we also help these individual startups, entrepreneurs, enablers, investors, ecosystem stakeholders to come together for the common cause. These are evidently reflected for both for all startups, medium and small scale industries, entrepreneurs, academic research institutions. At the national level, we also do the policy level infusement, seeing the gaps in the ecosystem, the trajectory, the forward plan of growth, etc., so that the whole entire ecosystem can move forward in that direction. Since this particular session is focusing on funding, I put up this slide in the beginning. There is a facilitation of direct funding to individual entrepreneurs right from ideation stage to help them move towards proof of concept, validation, field validation in the clinical setting or in the against head-to-head with SOC in actual clinical settings, PhD levels, etc., and helping them also towards commercialization through a lot of infusements and stage-specific infusements. And as I said, the BIREC came into being in 2012, and all these schemes, which are, let me point my arrow, all of these schemes, EUA, Sitare, SIP, BIG, etc., BIPP, seed, LEAP, ACE, PCU, etc. These have come in based on the pragmatic analysis of the ecosystem, and we have induced different schemes at various junctures, so that the individual entrepreneur who starts at ideation level can actually move all the way towards market. And it's not that everybody has to start from the beginning. People who are already initiated, they can always join in at any stage during the process of commercialization. What we see in last 10 years, the number of entrepreneurs in the country wanting to pursue biotech startups, that has also increased by continuous and constant evangelization with the help directly by BIREC and with the help of large number of ecosystem stakeholders and partners. I'll let you know more about that. So we get to receive such applications from across the country. And one such scheme called Biotech Ignition Scheme, which facilitates new ideas moving towards POC. So within one particular scheme, more than 10,000 applications received across the country, with about 9%, roughly 8 to 9% of success rate. Close to 800 grantees have been supported. Interesting thing, if you look at here, half of these applications now are coming from non-tier 1 places. That means there is a spread out, which is reflected in small dots here. But once we zoom into this map, you get to see thousands and thousands of people coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So much so, 38 aspirational districts have also been touched. One also interesting element that we see is that the number of women applicants has also increased over a period of time. So now, once we look at in a cumulative assessment, we could see as high as 27% inclusivity from the women's side. What I was talking about, the common nexus infrastructure, these are some of the glimpses of incubation centers that have been established by BIREC, catering to all different subsectors of the biotech. So these are high centers which have density of high-end instrumentation centers, allowing people to do wet experiments, have their own personalized cubicle spaces, and many of them are being seeded in the academic institutions, just like University of Hyderabad. So the entire mentoring and expertise of the host institution also gets accessible to the individual entrepreneur and startup. We have now 75 incubation centers across the country. I can see probably this particular picture is from University of Hyderabad's Aspire BioNest Center. We have 7 soft regional clusters of such bioincubation centers. Within these centers, we have now gone to develop niche area specific incubation centers. We have now 5 to 6 incubators and incubation centers based out of hospitals. So bridging the gap of absence of a clinician for developing a healthcare solution, for example. There are 15 dedicated incubation centers who specialize in agri domain. There are a few for women only incubation centers to promote involvement and encouraging the biotech entrepreneurs as women founders. We have one clean energy focused international incubation center and agri accelerator, and couple of incubation centers who complement the development of devices, therapeutics, technologies and cater to the safety and toxicology studies for such innovations. If we want to summarize this, the incubation and evangelization for the biotech side, we can see that 75 incubation centers along with the regional mentoring centers across the country. This has resulted over a period of time in populating a large number of biotech entrepreneurs in the country. And the entrepreneurship culminates into seeding of startups, and we get to see year-on-year increase in the number of biotech startups seeded in the country. And there has been a steep increase. I think by 2022, we would have more than 6,000 biotech startups in the country. So there's a culture of biotech entrepreneurship in the country that has been inculcated with the help of BIREC, CVT, and the allied partners and stakeholders. With regards to the funding, we now have provisions, as I previously mentioned, which are stage specific. The early stage fundings to the beneficiaries is largely grant in aid. And once you have, you move beyond POC, MVP for field validation, piloting or testing, and to manufacturing, the fundings are various elements like co-funding and equity instruments. So up to $1 million is available, or Forex exchange keeps on changing. So let's say up to 7 crore funding is available for an individual startup or an SME. We have also rolled out more complex instruments, which are one is the fund of funds, in which we have now 10 daughter funds operational, and they have invested private capital in the biotech startups and small and medium enterprises originating from the ecosystem. We have also created a provision for integration of angels, HNIs, and early stage VCs at a platform called BioAngels, which is an open platform and would provide additional resources and connect with the investors. And over a period of 3 years, we expect close to 150 startups would get benefited out of this endeavor. We pay a lot of attention on the biotech startups entrepreneurs in getting technical trainings, mentoring, understanding of the compliances required, regulatory, IP, legal, as well as business mentoring. So these are done through endeavors, direct, indirect, just like today we are all talking about how is the ecosystem growing and who all the stakeholders, what all opportunities are there. So the University of Hyderabad's Aspire is kind of contributing to all the incubatees, and all of those who would listen to this or attend this 2-day seminar would get to understand. So these kind of efforts all contribute for the ecosystem enhancement and development. If we look at from an individual startup or an entrepreneur, or even the local faculty entrepreneurs and local ecosystem perspective. So BIREC is a Government of India enterprise, as we understand. So we have a convenience of connecting with the fellow ministries, departments, with TDB's presence here, the DST's presence here, and other allied departments, ministries. So we get to connect with all of them. And we also connect with industries, investors, philanthropic organizations, both national, international. So all that ensemble and power of partnership becomes available again to individual entrepreneur and individual startup through the combined effort of all the enablers. If you look at so in 10 years, as I mentioned earlier, the biotech startups take longer time before getting first product in the market or testing revenues and getting recognized by people that this is the product which has reached. Now we have several examples of such startups who have raised at least 50 crores and up. And if you look at, first-in-class drug discovery, immunologicals, platform development, medical devices, diagnostics, rare diseases. So there are plenty of examples now which can be seen and which have deployed and have got recognition even in the eyes of public. I think recently, if you notice on a lighter note, if you see the Shark Tank, increasingly there are a number of BIREX supported startups who are participating and kind of impressively coming out from the exposure to the stocks, raising the desired amount of funding. So this is on the rise and increasing. We have also tried to enhance the visibility of efforts for all the all the entrepreneurs and startups, just like any incubator will do. We have created a global platform. It's called biotechinnovations.com. It features now 750 plus such biotech solutions created and developed by startups. On this portal, this is visible both at national as well as international level, highlights many things of the ecosystem players, enablers, mentors, investors. They can all come together, interact, connect with each other, calling it as participate in the blogs, peer-to-peer learning. Even they can post jobs. For example, if startup wants to create a team, get a complementary team players, they can post a job here. If you want to hire some interns there, also you can do that. And all our people all across the country as well as outside, they can come and connect with you. This particular e-portal, Biotech Showcase e-portal, was kindly inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister Ji in June 2022 in the first ever Startup Expo that was inaugurated by him. If you look at some numbers, we now have 75 incubation centers catering to close to 2,000 startups. A large number of students, entrepreneurs have been engaged through this ecosystem. There are more than 350 academic institutions that have been supported, creating 30,000 plus high-end skilled jobs in the country. A large number of mentors have come together to contribute to this growing ecosystem. We have again a large bouquet of national and international partnerships. I think together this knowledge industry ecosystem is reflected its intellectual wealth creation by IP filing, and most importantly, number of products which are getting infused in the market, not only within India, local, regional, addressing the unmet needs of local, regional level, state level, but some solutions, some startups have also started going abroad and capturing the international markets. So this is, I think, a growing trend. I'll give you a couple of examples of the Make in India for the biotech sector. I think all of us are familiar with the 4 vaccines indigenously developed, manufactured put together so that the coverage for COVID vaccination, immunization would be accomplished for the country's population. We have facilitated the development of these vaccines, not only in terms of creating a network of clinical trials where such vaccines and the likes of biotech solution therapeutics could be tested. So there's 19 sites pan-India, they are there. We have also invested and created facilities that can cater to characterization and building the ecosystem like immunoassays, animal challenge studies. I think Aspire also has a BSL-2 facility, which was COVID-19 work was carried out in the BioNest facility there. Just a glimpse of one, besides the individual schemes, there are several programs that are done which are theme-driven and complementing the overall engagement and development of the ecosystem. This slide just reflects an emphasis on promoting women entrepreneurs in the biotech field. So there are now 3 dedicated exclusive incubation centers for women. We have, as I mentioned earlier, the number of aspirants applying for BIREC funding, that has also increased over a period of time, which is a healthy growth. And there are some fellowship schemes that we have created for the women entrepreneurs. I think overall, the biotech ecosystem in the country is seeing a positive trend of growth. Gets reflected in tangible numbers. If you look at the overall bioeconomy, we have been registering year-on-year double-digit growth. So this is on the left, if you see, by 2020, we were looking at 70.2 billion bioeconomy for the country. That has increased to 80.12 billion in 2021. This is despite the COVID and where it had a negative impact on all sectors, economies, even developed economies. Despite of that fact, this particular sector, the biotech sector, saw impressive double-digit growth, and not only 1 year, but a couple of years. And I think by 2022 end, we are looking at close to about 95 to 100 billion registered as India's bioeconomy. Just one example for this, like apart from building the innovation ecosystem, there is also the manufacturing capacity for the country is also getting increased for the biotech sector. There was 3x increase in the manufacturing facility for the vaccines. All major companies invested. We saw an increase from 2020 to 2021. Likewise, we also saw large, impressive capacity building for creating new diagnostic solutions, 100% indigenized, and moving away from importing, and that had a direct impact for cost reduction of such diagnostic solutions. So, for example, 2,200 rupees was the official government tender cost for one RT-PCR based diagnostic kit in the beginning of 2020. That got reduced to now that kits are available, the cost price is as low as 20 rupees over a period of one year or so. So that is the power of innovation ecosystem as well as indigenization of raw material components for the ecosystem. Last slide. So if you look at India's biotech innovation ecosystem, we could see that the first 10 years since, let's say, 2012 to 2022, this is like the creating the base and building the innovation ecosystem. We're calling it as a nurturing phase. and people have recognized not only within India but outside India that India's biotech innovation ecosystem is a force to reckon with. Next 5 years, the expectations for the bioeconomy has also been raised to 300 billion by 2030. So the Amrit, once as we are entering into the Amrit Kal, we think the next follow-up next year, next 10 years would make us ready, and the country's ecosystem ready to cater to the developed India, and truly will be looking at making ourselves Atmanirbhar, creating solutions for India, from India for the world. And I think this is all possible because of all collective efforts from all the ecosystem partners, all present in the auditorium today, in the incubation centers, and all the well-wishers of the ecosystem and contributors. Thank you very much. I'll stop. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Manish, for your nice presentation about the role of the pivotal role BIRAC played in establishing the ecosystem in India by establishing a incubation center on one side and supporting the individual startup on the other side. I really thank you. I really thank on behalf of Bionest for establishing this facility. And also on personal note, because I got a BIG grant, I could start a startup. And because the Bionest is there, I could start my startup there. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I would not be here talking to you. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Cherish. I'm one of the incubator here. And we also got a big grant. Me and Nageshwar are colleagues. So here, DBT is there, DST is there, TDB is there. As a startup, we could make some technologies. Now we are a team of 40 members. What the problem we are facing is scale up. So I'll be happy if you can make a space in Bionest, a scale-up space where we can generate some GMP material and go for preclinical, little clinical. That helps us to go to next graduation. That is where the budget is very difficult to generate, to get. If we are through with preclinical and phase 1 clinical trials, getting innovation or getting fund or getting innovators or venture capitalists will be very easy. It's a request from my end. Please look into this option. Thank you, sir.
Certainly, I think it is a legitimate and genuine request, and you are talking about yourself, but if you look collectively, the entire ecosystem, just like you are progressing at your level, many other startups are also progressing towards piloting and looking at GMP facilities, ability to manufacture pilot scale batches and testing, etc. So what we have thought is that the output from the incubation centers need such common access, higher end infrastructure to be made available for such startups. We're calling it as technology clusters, which can help a startup progress from POC to pilot and from pilot to manufacturing. So these are larger infusements of capital investments, and this was recognized as a gap in terms of the ecosystem preparedness to scale. So what we are thinking is that there is an incubation center layer for across the country, and on top of that, there would be a layer of such technology clusters which will feed the output of all pan-India level incubation centers. So this is something in work in progress. Both DBT and BIRAC are working towards it. And as soon as the funds are available, to create such common infrastructure, I think you will, and many like you will get benefited. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Dr. Subramaniam from Reagent Biosciences. I'm part of the Bangalore Biotech Group. We have about 250 startup companies who actually have a WhatsApp group. And the discussion goes all the time. We have to close down the startup because we don't have any scale-up money. And this is happening quite a bit. I mean, it's not just Hyderabad or any other startup incubator. All the companies are saying that we don't have money to scale up. We have to drop the programs. So I think, Manish, you got to have to look at on how to survive these companies from not just closing down. Thank you.
I think this funding element beyond initial phase of grant in aid and let's say especially for the biotech is large to actually move forward and progress. And as we move forward, the asset valuation increases, attracts the private investment from both angels and VCs. Unfortunately, the footprint of angel and VCs for biotech sector is very little in the country. And government, it is also a fact that government kitty is also limited. So in order to catalyze or nucleate additional capital from alternate sources, a couple of examples I showed, like fund of funds, BioAngels platform. But these are endeavors. I think the more need to be done, and I think combined efforts by all departments and follow through investments like from TDB, for instance, would help. But again, the government kitty is small. We must recognize that the private investment need to follow for nurturing and propelling the ecosystem forward. For that, conscious efforts are done. I'll give you one example. What we are building this, we are building, kind of infusing and making that recognition at the global level under the G20 presidency. Startup 20 is one of we have created as one major agenda, aligning with NITI Aayog and other stakeholders. So the startups will get positioned. India's startups will get positioned at the global level. I think once the assets are visible across the ecosystem, more people will follow and investment will follow. Thank you.
We will take one more question, last question.
Hello, Dr. Diwan, this is Prashant here. I just had a follow-on question based on the kind of preclinical support which one of my fellow colleague asked you. The way we have a production link scheme, right? Can we actually have a service linked scheme? Because instead of trying to set up this kind of an special, like for example, if I have a drug, I need to do a preclinical talks in, say for example, couple of species models or something. There are a lot of service providers which are available. But if we really want to go and do that on our own, then it really requires a lot of money, basically, right? And what we are actually seeing is that everybody is actually seeking that we need that level of POC. So as a startup, and that is actually a big risk, which also gives a lot of inflection point for any startup. When we actually move from, say for example, once we complete a preclinical talks, then certainly it's a big inflection point. But that small aspect of that 4-month study or a 6-month study is really important. And there are a lot of service providers are already available in India, right? But if they get any kind of a subsidiary support, right, if that, not exactly as a grant or something like that, but if they really get similar to PLI scheme, can you actually also bring that certain things for the research-oriented service entities, basically, which can actually support the startup also, and at the same time the service industry, which is actually supporting the research component, would also grow in parallel, basically.
Right. I think your question has two arms to it. One is from the perspective of the startup moving forward and completing a critical study like GLP talks, for example, enabling the IND filing. And second aspect is the such CROs and research activities or R&D activities. So like two two initiatives or two possible solutions for this is one, as a startup you can reach out to BIREC and compete in the BITP scheme, for example, or SIBRI scheme, where you can get a funding for completing such critical specific studies. If you have to run a clinical trial, 50% can come from BIREC, for example. This is with respect to the how to support a particular startup. With respect to promoting R&D in the country, as you pointed out, production-linked incentive is something where more generics, for example, pharma generics, they get benefited because there's a large volume of production and they can compete and they are benefiting. For the biotech sector, we have proposed a research-linked incentive scheme because a lot of investment goes into development of one product. So I'll give, for example, in the generic side, in the formulation or a generic version of a drug, in a year you can file 5 to 6 ANDA. But to file one IND, you would need actually 5 years to do that, and you would probably invest as an industry or in a medium scale company or a startup a large amount before you actually have a product moving out to the market. So the expense which gets incurred during the R&D to facilitate and encourage incentivization in that. So that is where the research linked incentive which has been drafted and have been put forth for consideration of Ministry of Finance. So this is work in progress. I think these might be rosy statements, but as you are concerned, we are also concerned as an ecosystem enabler, and we are trying to do our bit to make the Government of India and the ecosystem recognize these gaps and requirements so that all the startups and the innovation ecosystem can grow.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Diwan. With this, we complete the session, and I would like to thank Aspire for giving me the opportunities. I would like to thank all the three speakers, Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak and Dr. Anita Gupta and Dr. Manish Diwan. Thank you very much. Over to Ashita.
Thank you, Dr. Nagesh Rao, for coordinating this session. Now I request Professor Ramu Sridhar to hand over a small token of appreciation to Dr. Nagesh Rao. So, Dr. Manish, you may leave now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, and great wishes so that for a successful accomplishment of the 2 days conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sir, he has asked us to tell after his session so that he can leave. So, now we have our panel discussion. I request the panel members, Dr. Anand Govindaluri, Dr. K.K. Narayanan, Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak, Dr. Subramanyam Vangala, and the moderator, Dr. Venkat Kamlakar Bandla, to come on to the dais.
Yeah. Come, come.
I request the startup employees to welcome the speakers with a bouquet.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Dr. Venkat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of moderating a discussion on breaking stereotypes, the roadmap to successful unicorns. So we were kind of debating whether I should be focusing on breaking stereotypes or whether we should be focusing on what's the essential roadmap for a successful unicorn. To that extent, I think all the prizes, no prizes for guessing, all the kudos are if you are able to build the unicorn, irrespective of whether you are a stereotype or not. Thank you. So before we move further, let me briefly introduce my co-panelists. Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak, he needs no introduction. He just held a beautiful session, two sessions before, two speakers before, and he also has the onerous honor of signing on the checks. So he needs no introduction for all the startup aspirants. Then Dr. Subramaniam Mangala, he's a veteran from the drug discovery industry, and he comes with a rich background of having worked both in the US and in India with such giants such as Wyeth, which is now part of Pfizer, J&J, Purdue Pharma, and Shire. And he has, to his credit, having worked on several path-breaking drugs like zaleplon, tiagacil, and canagliflozin. And in India, if I'm not mistaken, his company, Reagene Biosciences, is trying to replicate that success in his labs now. So, as he wants to put it, that's the stereotype breaking component, moving drug discovery from US into India. Then to my left, I have my good friend, Dr. Govind Alluri, whom I've had the pleasure of knowing since the last couple of decades when he was working with Temasek. Anand is now has been running Govind Capital for the last 7 years or 8 years maybe. Prior to starting up his own capital venture firm, Govind Capital, he was working with, as I mentioned a short while ago, he was working with Temasek, and he has also had the pleasure of being associated with some of the government organizations in Singapore. So I'm sorry I had to run through this, because if I keep talking, it's such an accomplished panel of speakers that I would be speaking probably for the next 2 hours, and I would still find it short in terms of introduction. As to me, I have been in the pharma industry. That's the only business that I know. And after having led various companies in the corporate sector, last of which was the global CEO for Jubilant Organosys pharma business,
I started my own company, Garfi Biosciences, which is an advisory and investment firm, and it's been in existence for the last 15 years. So without much ado, I would... Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Dr. Narayanan is again a accomplished individual, a serial entrepreneur, and a scientist. He has been the past president of ABLE, an association of biotech-led enterprises. I happen to be on the governing body now this term. He has co-founded MetaHelix Life Sciences, a Bangalore-based agri-biotech company. He was the managing director of that firm till it got acquired by another Tata company called Rallis India. Currently, he runs a company called Staika Seeds, which is again in the agri sector. And he's a familiar figure, as I understand, has been associated with Aspire Bionest for a number of years, and is on the project appraisal committee. With due apologies. No problem. As I said, it was a bit of this thing, so I, with the consent of my co-panelists, agreed that we would try and focus more on the key ingredients towards building generating a successful roadmap for unicorns of the future. I was trying to look at, as all of us know, most of these unicorns are younger in age relatively. 90% have been in the marketplace for the last 10 or so years. So one key component which kind of sets them apart from their established peers and competitors in the marketplace is the speed at which they operate. And that is where is the underlying principle for me. If I take away from the revenue statistics and the number of employees, blah, blah, for a unicorn, the key is the exponentiality. Whatever it does, the robustness of the process has to ensure it has to be done at a greater speed. And towards that greater speed, if one has to look at, there are, as any business enterprise, what happens is, most of the focus when you're running a business enterprise is, what is the cost of demand generation, and what is the cost of supply? And how do you try and optimize, bring down the cost of both these components? With the advent of internet and later newer versions of marketing tools, the cost of demand generation has considerably down if you understand your consumers very well. And if you are using loops like WhatsApp or reference marketing, the cost really works out to be zero. So the focus then kind of for these unicorns shifts on to supply chain. And this is where a study has been done, and people have come out that some of these unicorns, particularly in this millennium, have moved key functions out of their core organizational structures, which has helped them to kind of increase their efficiencies and improve upon the operational efficiencies. To give you an example, in a company, in an established industry like consumer packaged goods, it takes a company like J&J, which is one of the largest giants in established packaged consumer goods sector, almost 300 to 320 days from an ideation stage to product development and getting it onto the retail shelves of companies like Walmart's or Walgreens. Compare that with Quirky, which is
innovative-led platform. It takes them, even in this established industry, it takes them about 29 to 30 days. So that's the speed which we are talking, and that is the exponentiality which is going to see. Now to this, I would like to request to my left, Dr. Anand Govindaluri. What are his thoughts in terms of
I totally agree with you. In fact, the speed to market is extremely important when you're building a startup or when you're building a company. But before you go to speed to market, it is extremely crucial and important to build a able management team who can actually come up with the decisions and the strategies and identify the right solutions for speed to market. Now, speed to market is also dependent on various other factors, access to capital and also your ability to actually penetrate into the regulatory markets at the right time. So let's say, for example, if you are doing a biotech startup and you're working on a drug discovery project, your speed to market essentially in a conventional route may take about 8 years to 10 years.
10 years?
But then you can accelerate that process of drug discovery development through partnerships. And through partnership, let's say if you partner with a big pharma or a bigger biotech company, there is a possibility that you could actually shorten that life cycle of developing the molecule and accelerating into the market. So hence, it is important for all of us to think through three things. One is your ability to build a strong management team, your ability to essentially have good partners, and last but not the least, also your understanding of the regulatory market. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks. But I take this a little bit forward and come to Dr. Narayanan. When you talk about the founding team, what should be the composition? Like, I mean, it's not you would have an entire huge barrage of large corporate entities where you have 20 or this thing. Should that be a 4 or 5? In my opinion, I think 4 should be good. Somebody like having the great, can somebody help?
Not working, I'll borrow yours.
Yeah, please.
I think about the management team, as long as you have all the complementary skills, whether it is 1% or 3% or 20%, I think that is what is more important to put together the business. But let me add a few more things to the 2 points you made, speed to market and the team. I think those are very important. But in my view, I think your purpose or your objective to build a unicorn should start with the idea itself. I'm going to kind of suggest a few things because we are in the context of a university.
Right.
The idea has to be serving a market which is big enough. Now, if you have a great project, you are in an academic setting, you have a passionate project, but then the outcome of that, if it is going to serve a market of, let's say, 10 million globally, and there's no chance of that market growing, you can't build a 1 billion company. So there should be scalability in the process that you, or in the project that you actually envisage as the idea for the startup. That's starting point number 1. And then you need to really think big. Many times the limitations is in your own mind. So you need to have grand plans. You need to have the right people. Oftentimes you should be willing to actually give up part of the ownership to build a bigger pie rather than be too possessive about what you have. I think that's an attitude that one needs in a promoter or an entrepreneur to actually think about even getting into the unicorn stage. Now, another factor is profitability. Value capture system has to be very, very robust. And you should be able to price it based on the ability of the potential user to pay. Because oftentimes university or the public sector, we hear this talk about, this is for public good, so we should actually sell cheap. So we should not mix up charity with business. If you want to do charity, that is wonderful. I think make your profits, make a foundation, and then give it to those people who cannot afford those products. But as an enterprise, I think you should actually focus on profitability. So profitability, scalability are extremely key to actually building a unicorn, or at least hoping to build a unicorn business. The speed of execution is very important. Efficiency of execution is also very, very important. And your ability to actually sell your idea to promoters who can actually value.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. There are two things here. One is, as he said, one is it's taken the total addressable market would be much larger because you're talking of a creation of a unicorn. So to that extent, that is taken care. So how important it becomes, the first question to you is in terms of having a transformative purpose. What kind of a larger transformative purpose you have for somebody like, say, Google, who thought they would just organize the entire information system globally, or Kirky, about whom you spoke about a little while ago, as mentioned, who wanted to make innovation accessible. One is that. And in terms of the other would be is how to select that breakthrough idea. And the second follow-up question to you would be is in terms of asset light. Today, if you compare, say, Uber, at a fraction of a price or at a fraction of a speed, they can add vis-a-vis Avis or Hertz a car to their fleet. Or to that extent, Airbnb. They can quickly add as many rooms as they want, as against Hyatt or Marriott, which needs to build the entire hotel or the property. So these two things I would like you to dwell upon.
Before I come to your specific points, those are very relevant. I just want to add 2-3 points which I have noticed as Secretary Technology Development Board when we interacted with startups. So this is a practical feedback I can give you. We found those startup company or the boys who have a certain idea, they are so obsessed with their idea, even your technical fellows or commercial or financial experts, they are saying something to them, they are not very reluctant to even change over. Look, your ideas can be good. As a researcher, you are really saying, I am involved, so I can do that. But outside market, even though it is high, probably acceptability, as we call it, societal readiness level or legal readiness level, probably things are not there. Give me one example, 2 examples to stress with. One is that I was told in my presentation, we funded REVA. That point of time, technology was, it is not that technology was bad, but you have created a product whose taker at that point of time in the market, so technology was not per se bad, but the market acceptance or society acceptance was not there in India. So without going into those aspects, we came up and created some sort of product. I give you another example. That I talked about Botlab Dynamics. They are all 3 young people from IIT Delhi. They incubated a company. They were studying during the IITs. And they were basically wanted to go into the manufacturing of drones for service, as a drone as a service. So they struggled for few years. In fact, their entire money, etc., was wiped out, and they were nowhere. All of a sudden, they found idea that drone swarm so can be a big some sort of, because they had a technological background in the mind, they can create drones. So quickly they changed, and the idea came from that Prayagraj show which I was talking about. So once they found that newspaper that they are charging 4 crores, they say, here is a business model. I have the technology in equipment, I can create drones, but instead of drone for a service which probably is not taking off, let us change the track, go to drone swarms, so you only need that central console, etc. Those boys work day and night and immediately change their track, and now they are doing big. So my point is, do not be first obsessed with the idea, be open. If at the middle of it, if need to change something within your process, one example which Anita talked about, Noka Robi, their project is still has come to us, and now we are working on that. During interaction in IIT Kanpur, I found these guys were very good as robotics. But once opportunity came, immediately jumped upon and built those first, a very good story about that product, which was needed at a point of time. So this kind of opportunity also you have to, so my one point is not get obsessed with your ideas, be flexible. I'm not going to add what others have said. And second point which I have noticed is with all startups, young boys and all, they are very poor as far as finance is concerned. In fact, in their team, they do not have a good financial experts who can advise them. And when suppose I funded many projects, I want them to submit their accounts and all detail, they are struggling because they do not have good financial people. So at least in your team, you can have a core team, but at least add two is very, very important. One is your finance guys, one is marketing guy, who will keep open eyes across what is happening. With two thoughts which I thought I should share with my experience, and that will add to value to you. And now coming back to your specific points, number one, look, Google's and all, they are at present is already at a particular level. So they can think of in universe in totality. But probably if I expect the same thing from a startup who is starting their ideas or business in a particular domain, at least let them get expert in that domain. As he rightly said, you have a market. If you have captured the market where you are going beyond, do you have any idea, or you will create a new market per se? If you have captured one particular market, whether are you in a position to create new market with your same product, or you have to change your product to suit that particular market depending upon your strength. Of course, a life science cannot immediately change to drone. But if you with life sciences have one product A, you can come out with product B to capture the same market or coexist and create your values. So this is one. Probably every startup has, if who has become unicorn, today India is boast of around 107 or 110 unicorns. If you follow their journey, and for last 3 years, more than 60 or 70 startup has become unicorn. Every month, we are churning out around 3 unicorns per month. Even the rate is much higher than others. So if you closely look their journey, so each and every startup who has become unicorn, they have followed a different path. There is no such identical path. Okay, you can say that you emulate the path followed by A will be suitable to you for even in the same domain.
Same.
Yeah. So you have to chart your own path. You have to become innovative within yourself and come out with a path which is suitable to you, depending upon your management team, depending upon the area you are working with, depending upon the market surrounded about it. So be agile, and one thing, be confident that you can do it. And today the government supports are available across. So you can utilize that government supports, not only university level, even outsides also. And then you can do it, and I see there is no impediment as such if your idea is unique. And always I tell, I have not included this today lecture, one thing remember, I categorize always in 3 categories. One is legal, one is illegal. There are clear differences. So one activity is, say it is as per legal, one activity you are doing clearly illegal, but there is a zone called no legal. I coined this a no legal. No legal parameter exists. That domain, that area is basically suitable for innovation, where you do not have, I can give an example. In telecom sectors, many things exist where you do not have, for let's say, chips manufacturing. We do not have any rules and regulation as of now in India. This is a zone no legal. This is neither legal nor illegal. So if you find that particular zone where you have a flexibility, you can get through those regulatory aspects to that. Then you can do it.
Incidentally, it's also called gray zone. Okay, so that brings us to the, following up from what he said, Mr. Pathak. The key question is, how will you make money? I know you're a scientist.
No,
but because if you see, many startups try to compete with the legacy companies by delivering newer business models. So that's where it's critical if you are going to chart a path and go towards a...
Yeah, I mean, I think, let me tell you, my experience for the last 30 years is in drug discovery and development. In India, I mean, Reddy's, Lupin, Piramal, everybody ventured into it, and they realized that they don't have the skill set to continue, and they dumped it. The reason they did it, it's not just that they don't have the skill set. The process, it takes about 15 years to, so there's no 30-day unicorn in drug discovery and development. Let me be clear about it. Okay, you can never get that. So how do you improve the speed, right? In India, we don't have the skill set. So for example, a clinician whose experience in drug development is not there in India, who is an MD, a PhD, we don't have doctors who are experienced in drug development. That's the first thing that happens in the J&J. Who's driving the program? An MD, PhD. So we need to create the basic skill sets in India, which we still don't do it. I mean, for example, the gentlemen, some of them are asking, I have the drugs that I want to take into preclinical development. I take 40 drugs into preclinical development, 2 or 3 go into the phase 1 trials. We don't have that kind of a capacity. So be focused. The reason I moved out of that stereotype and came into alternatives to animals. 6 years ago, I contacted Maneka Gandhi and also contacted Soumya Swaminathan, made a big impact and said, animals are not helping to take the drugs faster into the clinic. Let's change the model, build the 3D models, and they supported it. So if you want to change the model into a stereotype, breaking the stereotype, think what is not working, and think what will work.
There I would add one question which somebody had asked. Probably collaboration has a lot of answers. These days, even the clinical companies offer you different business models where their charges are more back-ended rather than front-ended. So if somebody is looking for a way out to finance it,
yeah, it's not just the finances, because it
to
takes
finance the testing and...
So the problem is, what are the gaps in the model? You need 3 kilograms, 5 kilograms, 10 kilograms material to do clinical trials. How do you get it to the 1 kilogram material or even 500 milligram material is an art of doing it. So these are the things that we need to break apart and come to a level that, okay, we can make it faster. I know I work with a company called Agios, it's a US company. The fastest drug they developed was 7 years. They had licensed it to Celgene. Okay, but Celgene took over, and Agios made $600 million overall. The reason they did it because they worked on a novel target, and they knew how to manage it and give it to Celgene. So you need to think about what is the Celgene is looking for, J&J is looking for. If you don't know what they're looking for, you'll be wasting your time here.
So getting back into the market, this thing which you mentioned, KK, is how much you need to spend some time on validating your sales and marketing channels, users. So that's why many of the companies suggest having a very short team, but even that short team, they insist on having some of the VCs insist on having somebody coming from a user interface level?
See, assessment of the market or the market size,
right,
particularly if it is an emerging market,
correct,
is often dicey. Having been an academic before I turned into an entrepreneur or industrialist, when we are in the academics, you tend to assume that what you are trying to do and the outcome of it is the most important thing to do, because you will always use some anecdotal experience or evidence to justify what you're doing.
correct,
But when you are turning into an entrepreneur, when you want to promote an enterprise, it's very important that you do the due diligence and get the market size assessment as objectively as possible. There will always be a gray area, there will be some uncertainties. So there are different scientific methods to actually do that.
True.
And I do agree that sometimes if you actually get a professional body to do those kind of assessment, it will be a third-party validation of your own concept. And that's very important, because many times I sit on many committees assessing projects and stuff like that. So they come up with an idea. I'm not taking any specifics here. And they say that, 100,000 people need this or something like that. So how is it? Because the other day somebody came and asked me, or there is a report which says that this is a great technology. I think don't take those things as gospel. In fact, any idea which anybody gives, it is only to provoke you to think and look at and be convinced yourself, rather than taking it in gospel. Because tomorrow if you start something and you don't become a unicorn, forget about becoming a unicorn, you go down the tube, you can't blame Narayanan or Anand or anybody here saying that, I heard them saying in this meeting, so I took this. I think, so whatever we say, always use it to actually think for yourself. The other thing about market, one thing is about the market size. The second thing is to look at how many people are already there, whether you have some space for yourself. So in this context, with your permission, if you permit me, I may want to add one or two more additional thoughts.
Yeah.
Competition is very important. An assessment of the competition is very important. We cannot discount that. And when you actually think of your idea, it is also important to think how do you counter or manage the competition. So you can create entry barriers. Sometimes what I am saying may not sound very politically correct, but I think these are all facts which we should understand. You can use technology to create that barrier. So if it is deep tech, and if you have some unique positions, IP positions on those technologies, I think you should leverage that to build your unicorn enterprise or whatever it is. The second way is essentially to look at spaces where the competition is minimal, or you try to do or differentiate it from the competition in a very significant way. Either it is more efficient, you can produce it much cheaper compared to the competition, so that even if you reduce the price, your margins are still much higher. Make sure that you are pricing it at such a level that the potential customer is able to pay on it. Sometimes we tend to get romantic, you want to save the world and you want to save everybody, so I want to sell. See, that is relevant in some situations. But like I said, please differentiate your charitable activity from your business or enterprise activity. You can always help people by making the profits and then distributing it for people who can't afford your product. I think that can be a better way of doing it. The Tatas have shown it by example. They run businesses which are profitable, but they also run big foundations which actually give back to society.
Thanks, Anand, to you. I think somewhere when we're talking about unicorn is, we're talking about more of an established startup. So how important is the business model? Like he said, but perhaps what one could think of is how do you rewrite the whole competitive scenario? To go back to the example of Netflix, nobody before that had attempted giving the entire sequences or the serial in one go. You would have weekly or one daily or monthly, fortnightly coming out, but these guys gave it. And for them, the Netflix CEO was asked who was your competition because you're giving it, and he remarked for him, sleep is the competition.
No, very well said. Actually, there are several examples that I can cite here to substantiate this statement. To begin with, I would encourage all of you, because many of you, I'm assuming, are from life sciences background and tech background. How many of you have read the book Genentech? Good, one person.
Very serious.
Okay, if you read the book Genentech, there are a lot of secrets there. It basically talks about how they started off the company Genentech. It was started in a bar called Churchill Bar in the Bay Area after a banker called up a scientist, and they were interested in basically knowing more about the science, which is basically about gene splicing. That's how the birth of Genentech took place. The banker was well connected, and he was able to raise $100,000 from Kleiner Perkins, and the birth of Genentech took place. So they came up with a business plan. But believe me, everything what was written in the business plan, it was not implemented, it was not followed. They ran short of capital. They had to change their business models. And eventually they found out that they had to go leverage on a partner, and the partner was a big boy who tried to, in a way, take advantage of the small company called Genentech at that point of time. And this year is 1976. So eventually they dumped the partner. Genentech dumped the partner, and they went public. And in public, I think they raised $38 million through an IPO, which was the largest at that point of time. The point I'm trying to emphasize here is that business plans, business models are all built because of a great management team. You should emphasize on basically building a good management team and who have the ability to navigate through the challenges, through the risks, and of the market scenario or of the technology. Now, that's one point. The second point is, I can give you my own example. In fact, when I invested in a startup company called called BioX from University College London, this company was actually focused on modifying the herpes simplex viral genome for the treatment of head and neck cancer. And the company had a great start. They were able to raise about 17 million pounds. I had invested about 2 million pounds in this company in 2002. And by 2008, we saw that the company ran short of the funds, and they were not sure about how to raise more money. At that point of time, the board, we decided to do something very different. We decided to actually promote the CFO of the company as the CEO and post him to the US from UK to US. And once he was promoted to the CEO post and he was posted in Boston, he ended up raising $70 million. And they had a very good understanding with the founder. And when the founder was pitching the data to in a scientific conference, the chief scientific officer of Amgen was there in the crowd. He was interested in the data, and eventually the company got acquired for $1 billion. That's how I actually got my first unicorn. We were not sure whether BioX will be a unicorn. I can tell you as a fund manager, I had written off BioX in my books as a failure. But then sometimes the data becomes so strong and the data becomes the king, especially in a biotech startup, that you keep on pursuing, you keep on trying, and then a big pharma or a big biotech company becomes attracted to the data, and they try to acquire you. Now, there's a third model. The third, in fact, just in Hyderabad, I had invested in a company called Matrix Labs. How many of you have heard of Matrix Labs? A young company, which essentially was focused on contract development, and they had some unique products. So they were manufacturing a key ingredient for Celexa, which is a multi-billion-dollar drug, and the key ingredient was citalopram. And during my evaluation, we realized that citalopram, actually the innovator is Lundbeck, and Lundbeck is likely to challenge Matrix. So Matrix said that they were very sure the founder of Matrix and the chief scientific officer of Matrix, they were very sure about how this particular company and how this molecule would actually evolve scientifically. And they were true. And they succeeded in the patent challenge against Lundbeck. And the rest is history. In fact, they went on to acquire several other companies. And eventually they got acquired by Mylan Labs. So the strategy that have been adopted by Genentech, by BioVex, or for Matrix is three different strategies. In the case of Genentech, it was a world-class management team. In the case of BioVex, again, a very good management team, but they decided to actually put the founder as a chairman, who was the CEO, and elevated the CFO as the CEO of the company, and who was able to raise a lot of capital. And in the case of Matrix, the founder was essentially a specialist in inorganic acquisition. So he went in to acquire 3 or 4 companies, built up the cash flows of the company, and eventually the company was acquired. So all depends on your ability to understand the business model and tweak your business model as per the current circumstances in the markets which you are in, be it in generics, be it in biotech, or be it in drug discovery and drug development. Of course, management team is very important, but without access to capital, it is very difficult to do any of these activities. So the access to capital is also important. So whatever the story that you're building or the startup that you're working on, it's important that you have to think through a global story, a global problem you have to solve, and the vision has to be a global vision with a big mindset. And that is what will help you to build a strong company.
I think we're slowly inching towards the end, but I would like to pose a question is, like if you see historically, Facebook or Twitter, they came up with versions and then what you refer to is iterated out and brought out to the current level that they are. So, I mean, in life sciences, of course, we have the endpoints clearly mentioned. The importance of minimum viable product, if you touch upon, because I'm sure that people from other industries too here.
The concept of minimum viable product, of course, again depends upon which area are you in.
Yeah.
So depending upon your area, and already he has touched about in details, even if you see, the kind of investment you are looking for in a short run, which will enable you not only to develop, test it and everything, manufacture our product and hit the market. Maybe the market is small, maybe let's say one state or maybe one big company, if it be B2B. It all depends upon your business model. So my suggestion is, if you are able to sustain that for say a few years, which will give you a clear cash flow, so that you are comfortable enough, and at the same time you can venture into some other domain. I have seen many of this company, product A, they have kept it for this particular purpose. But where they are working on product B, which have a big plan to hit in the market. So this strategy also many people, many companies following.
Other thing that happens is versions keep improving, like in the mobiles and...
True. Mobile is one of the examples.
And even though this could become more relevant for somebody who's looking at devices or diagnostics.
Of course, absolutely, because today some technology is there. Technology is changing at such a fast pace, especially as you mentioned in telecom. Things are maybe after 2 or 3 years, everything gets obsolete, something new is coming. So it's happened for last 10 years, and so telecom is such a sector. So that's what I said, it all depends on which sector and which area are you in. So your strategy is not universal. It is bounded by many other factors into account. One of them is your market, of course.
Before we end, I think we're running short of time.
Yeah, I mean...
Your final thoughts, I would say.
My final thoughts are that, I mean, as you said, well, I'm moving out of regulatory because that's the barrier for me. I cannot, and there's a huge entry barrier for me. So we moved into nutraceutical market. The reason is because it's a quick winner, and we're also filing patents so that we are protecting it. So the idea is that you need to keep changing, as I said, you got to be flexible. I want to do drugs, it's not going to happen in India for me. So we have changed the models, but we are using the 3D models, we license them out, we're also developing nutraceutical products, licensing them out. So the idea is that you need to be flexible and see what is the quickest to the market, and that's what entrepreneurs should be doing.
Thank you. You
Actually, I want to take an example of another portfolio company called Cialfo. It's in edtech space. And the business of Cialfo was started by two young founders from Singapore, one from India, one from Singapore, aged 26 and 28 years old, very young. And their core business was actually student counseling, providing counseling services. It was a profitable business. But after 2 years, they realized that this business is not scalable, and they had to come with a product B. And so they started working on a tech platform using artificial intelligence. And lo and behold, by 2018 or 2019, in fact, the product was ready. And 2020, when COVID hit, when everyone was basically thought that the businesses would be affected, Cialfo's business actually took a massive, I would say, uptake, because everyone was dependent on the tech platform for enrolling of students, for interviewing of students, and the universities and colleges were still functioning. And so we actually grew our business 200x. And not only that, the company which, we invested a couple of $1 million in the company, and which was actually just trickling till 2019 or 20. In 20, they managed to raise close to about 70 million US dollars from the names of Microsoft, Facebook, so on and so forth. And now today, the company has 250 people with a market cap, mark to market of 300 million US dollars. What I'm trying to tell here is innovation is key. You have to keep on pursuing your innovation and not get disheartened with just one version of the product, but keep on coming up with second version, third version, fourth version, till you actually are successful. Thank you.
I think,
pitch in a
yeah,
quick
please,
word?
because if some
Okay,
people
I'll
have
do it.
time, and I would like to welcome some questions.
Just one comment is that, as he said, the team is very, very important. If I didn't collaborate with Dr. Uday Saxena, who's equally talented like me, with 30 years of experience, we wouldn't have made it to this far so far. So the team, who you pick as your partner is very, very, very important.
That's everywhere in life. Okay, with that, I'm sorry, I think we have taken a lot of time, but if we can take a few questions. Please.
You want the microphone?
This is working, I think. Oh, okay. Oh.
While we are probably the only drug discovery company in Aspire Bionest, as of what I know here, right? With approximately around 22 years of experience bringing a drug to the market, to the US market, way back just 2 years back in 2021. We feel that India is obviously one destination you can bring drugs to the market. Hello, sorry.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's impossible to bring drugs into the market or something like that. Obviously, funding is one difficulty, but there are ways that how we work, right? So myself and Prashant here as founders. One, team is absolutely important. Second, one of the examples that Dr. Anand gave about how to put the team in force. It's not just Indian, it has to be a global idea. It has to pitch for global products. And that addresses your market-related aspect as well. We always believe in backup of a backup. So we don't work on one project that may or may not succeed to get some revenue out. So in the drug discovery that we work here, we have one project succeeded by second project, succeeded by third project. And the way we have tried to do it here, maybe right, maybe wrong, time will tell you. But what we do is the first project is not a killing project. It is something where you would immediately make some revenue. May not be global, maybe geographically relevant, but still get you to some revenue or inflection point. The second one that we are working here is breakthrough indication globally. And I would not like to name companies here, but there's no company in the world, including the Pfizer's, who is not talking to us. Reason. One, we are putting up a different idea than anybody else has put it in the market. Second, have we created a very different patent portfolio for us? Yes. Obviously, my friend Prashant brings in around 500 odd granted patents in his past 10 years experience. The third is not just niche area, not just revenue. Is there something scientifically also relevant that has not been done in 40 years of that particular research being done? So yes, so we have tried to address that. So at least people, you can attract them to a forum for a discussion. Obviously, unless you show a POC.
No, very valid observations, but I think I see a few youngsters, if they have any questions, we have a very accomplished
I'll just
panel.
end it up.
Yeah,
So
please.
basically my point was everything is possible here.
Yeah,
We have done it.
Goes without saying.
And we intend to do it again. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, all the best. But any youngsters, if you have any specific questions or doubts, I would welcome you. As I said, we have a powerhouse. Yeah, please, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful initiative, and I got to learn a lot today. I'm doing my fourth year electronics and communications engineering from Guru Nanak Institution. So I came here on behalf of Entrepreneurship Development Cell, Guru Nanak. Sir, so while working with my fellow students on their ideas, and also I have been helping them out, reach out to other communities to work on their ideas, to apply for incubation programs and all. So there is this small gap that I found, that a lot of people, a lot of students, they have wonderful ideas. They came up with such an amazing technology products, since we are from BTech background. So the problem is they don't have, just like you mentioned, they don't have the market knowledge. They don't know the market dynamics. They don't know how to take the deals. Just like, you mentioned that, someone from your group has been trying to manipulate a person's idea and all, but these people, they don't know. They feel like it's a good deal and they take it. Most of the times they end up selling their idea to someone. Their aspiration is to become an entrepreneur, but they make an idea and they'll sell it. Maybe that isn't valued much then after, because he's not doing it anymore. Sir, is there any suggestion for you that we can work on such things where we can help to those people? Of course, we are promoting them to join incubation programs, but not everyone can be sent to incubation programs, because they are very exclusive. So along with academics, alongside the academics, so anything that we can do for them so that they have the essential knowledge for them to get started with.
You could seek out some of the mentors, established individuals who keep helping out students. So mentors are a good source, unless you want to add anything.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to
suggest? I would suggest that you enroll into NGOs like TIE. TIE is a very good platform. It's an Indus Entrepreneur platform where you have access to people and successful people. When you talk to them, you have this, you'll develop the confidence of having these small talks. And they are very proactively coming forward, forthcoming in giving you insights, tips about clarifying your doubts, whether it is business model, fundraising, or in case if you've got a term sheet for from a venture capitalist, you can quickly run it through a mentor. But more importantly, one is that approach, but more importantly, you also need to actually enroll on online programs to learn through.
I'm in the incubation programs.
Yeah, online programs, not just from Hyderabad, but from all over the world. You have European good institutes, you have good institutes in Singapore and in the US, that you can enroll yourself and learn those programs and be proactive. That's what I did actually when I wanted to get into the business of finance. I struggled, I was a medical biotechnology, but I switched my careers to get into VC way back in 1999. And this was, I said I'm going to actually learn the numbers. And so I enrolled myself for an MBA program. And through an MBA, I understood what the business management techniques and the finance techniques are. Then it became easier. So you'll have to actually ask yourself very clearly, what is the path you want to take and how you want to see yourself 3 years, 5 years down the lane, and accordingly invest in yourself. Today, the biggest missing link is youth are not investing in themselves. They should invest in yourself with proper skills and proper mentorship.
Any other questions? Or, yeah, let's go
Thank
ahead.
you, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to slip a quick word in.
Sure, sure.
But before that, quickly about market, I think what Anand said are very valid suggestions. But I just Googled, about market research methods, quick guide and complete guide to market research process. You can start there, and there are at least 7 or 8 or 10 different things which has come up on top. No, the word that I just wanted to slip in was, we've been so much talking about unicorns and all that. I don't want my young friends to go out of the room thinking that all their enterprises, their main objective is to build a unicorn. That happens incidentally. I suggest that you create value, make an enterprise that is profitable, that is scalable, and then unicorn, if it happens, it's wonderful. But then unicorn is a momentary recognition. You can't sit on the laurels.
Not a momentary, but a byproduct.
Byproduct. Because many unicorns need not be as profitable or need not continue to be unicorns. Many small or lesser valued enterprises can become unicorns at any point in time.
Sure.
So I think just keep that in mind. Your objective should be on creating value through the ideas that you have actually initiated. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
Come in the front.
Please. Ah, yeah. Thank you.
I request all the panelists to stay on stage for a minute.
Sure.
Thank you very much for the panel discussion. I request.
Yeah, please.
I request Dr. Ramakrishna from Zasya Life Sciences to hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. Subramanya Mangala.
Yeah.
I request Dr. Uday to hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. K.K. Narayanan. I request Mr. Ravi from Tulsi Therapeutics to hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. Venkat Bandla. Sir, we strictly follow one speaker, one gift policy, so we are not handing over to Dr. Anand and Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak. Excuse us for that. So, thank you all the panelists again. So, every good thing has an end, and here comes the end of this conference as well. So I am here to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of the Aspire Organizing Committee. To begin with, I thank all the speakers who took time out of their busy schedule to deliver such informative talks for the benefit of these startup and student communities. I thank Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to give his nod for this event. I thank Institute of Eminence, IOE, and TIU from University of Hyderabad to financially support the conference. I thank Dean School of Life Sciences for allowing us to use the school common facilities for the conference. I thank the support and active participation of all the faculty of School of Life Sciences and other schools and departments for their participation. The sponsors for the funding this conference in their own capacity. All the startups all the startup CEOs who have coordinated the sessions in the conference are thanked. I would like to thank Dr. Bindu Madhav Reddy and Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Roy in devoting their time to make sure that the food arrangements are made. I thank all the ground level staff of School of Life Sciences for helping us organize this event smoothly. Finally, I thank all the participants without whom this event would have not been possible. I hope everyone enjoyed this session, and thank you. We have a tea break outside.